be a lot more done to it with technology coming in big ways. And you should be looking at how to actually establish mobile communication. Mobile communication means communication or a emergency operation center on wheels. You should be able to get a container or a truck or any kind of a vehicle, so that tomorrow if there's a disaster in which your own EOC is affected, you should have an alternative into which you can move and continue your coordination efforts with your outposts in the field. This is something we are encouraging everyone to adopt. I hope this understanding goes down, that you cannot afford to have only a single EOC. You have to have an alternative EOC. And my last 2 points, incident response system, IRS, is a scientifically proven, world over, universally accepted. Everyone goes by this system. The more you adopt it, the more you bring knowledge to the fore, and the more exercises you conduct on the IRS will only come to your aid in emergencies tomorrow. Now, there is such frequent turnover of officials at the state and the district levels, that if you conduct an IRS training once in a year or once in 2 years, it is never sufficient, because there are people who have turned over by that time. It's always good to keep conducting this on yourself, and you don't have to conduct it for 1 or 2 days. You can even conduct it for a few hours, as long as people are familiar. There is a good IRS small handout which the Ndma has published. You want more copies of it, please ask General Behel. I'm sure he'll arrange to have them transported and distributed to you. And so I'm only looking forward that you will have a wonderful exercise. And let me say, we have sent back General Behel to you. He was there last year. Also, he understands. He understands Sikkim very well. As a military man, as a military professional, he knows how to go about this kind of a thing. Please listen to him. He has all the experience of a lifetime doing this kind of a thing, right? And I can only wish him good luck and wish all of you good luck in the conduct of your exercise today and the day after tomorrow. I look forward to reading your report which comes, and I look forward to the feedback which I get from General Behel subsequently. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your opening remarks and very comprehensive guidance that you've given, which I'm sure will not only set the tone for this exercise, but will also guide the SDMA and the DDMAs in progressing and improving their disaster preparedness comprehensively. Now we will have a series of short presentations wherein the disaster management plans specific to the earthquake, and also looking at the aspect of a loft being triggered by the earthquake will be given in these plans. And thereafter, we'll conduct the tabletop exercise in which we'll be painting scenarios and looking at response from appropriate stakeholders. So the first we'll have the SDMA giving their presentation.
You want to come here? You come here. Come. Morning, sir. Yes, with the permission from the chair, I'm going to keep the proposition with respect to. Yeah, please, if you could kindly switch off your mic. Yes. So good morning to everyone present today, joining us through this BC. I am Deputy Director, from SSDME, and I'm going to keep the preposition with regard to the SSDME preparedness for this tabletop exercise and the mock exercise that we are going to conduct in few days on 12th of this May. So starting with this thing, I would just like to keep the preface of tabletop exercise. Change Gadush. Next, please. This one. So starting. Just yeah. So basically, sir, start with
This is all this story.
So I'll just go through the preface of tabletop exercise. It is basically a precursor to mock drill that we're going to have on 12 May. And broadly, it's in fact just an informal discussion. So where we all yeah, I'll just go through this thing. So just a formal kind of a meeting where we can clear our doubts and we can really improve ourselves. So next, please. So the overview of the exercise would be, we are going to have a Sikkim earthquake tabletop exercise today. This is being conducted right now. The exercise date is 10th May. So the scope of having this tabletop exercise is basically to discuss the base exercise. It's based on the discussion and plan for all select 6 districts of the state. The district would select 5 sites for the mock exercise to be observed on 12th May. Yes.
So we're looking at your disaster management plan, please. Specific to earthquake. You don't have time for all this, please. I'm sorry to interrupt. Otherwise, we'll miss out on important things. Have you got your disaster management plan? State.
Plan process, sir.
I want to know what is your plan for a GLOF in case a GLOF takes place. What are your issues and all? I had specifically mentioned that please cover this.
So the GLOF thing we have assigned to the district. So basically from SSDA, we just telling them that.
Okay, then we can skip your presentation. You haven't got your plan. I wanted your plan, overall plan for disaster management for earthquake.
Sure.
Okay. We'll go ahead to the district.
So I'll paint the scenario.
And
please come, sir.
Sure. Please, sir. Sir,
yeah. You can hear me from there.
Morning all. So with the permission of the chair and all the dignitaries present here, I am District Collector Gangtok. So I'll be presenting the 5 scenarios which have been assigned to the district. So once any disaster strikes, so what are the 5 scenarios that we have painted for the districts? I'll just briefly explain. Next. So the scenario that is being given to us is that 0903 hours an earthquake strikes. So earthquake 7.1 Richter scale earthquake strikes Gangtok district, and a bit of change from the last year is that the response will be started from 10:30 a.m. onwards. So between 9:03 hours to 10:30, the district is supposed to prepare a plan, and accordingly the response has to be given. So 10:30 a.m. onwards, response will be started from district control. So volunteers, initial response will be from the local volunteers.
Yes, and so that is very important.
Right. So once the disaster strikes, incident response system officers are already aware that they have to assemble at the designated control room. On the way, when the responsible officer is traveling towards the district control room, he receives messages from various quarters. Since the communication lines are down, the only communication that is open is wireless set, and he starts receiving the responses and he collates the responses on his way to the control room. Next. The nodal officers of the IRS incident response system assemble at district control room, which is at the Ndma. So around 9:30 to 9:45, all the nodal officers will assemble. At around 10 a.m., incident response team of the Gangtok district gets activated.
Earthquake is at 9:03. So, sorry to interrupt, but you see, to give this message now, the whole system will go over 6. When an earthquake happens, everyone, you will feel it. it's a strong earthquake. Some of you may not be in a position to, in fact, reach the EOC also because your own building may have some damage. Okay, so response in case of an earthquake is automatic. No one is going to call you. Please come to the EOC. You are an IRS functionary. You are supposed to come there. So earthquake happens at 9:03 a.m. We are assuming you will be there in next 10, 15, 20 minutes. However, for the exercise purpose, because we have pre-planned it and to save time, everyone will be in the EOC at 9 o'clock. The exercise will start at 9 o'clock on 10th. This I mentioned to you in the call. So everyone will be present in the EOC at 9 o'clock and we will assume thereafter we will start the events. Just to, make use of the time to the maximum extent possible. Otherwise, you will face 1 hour only in people coming to the EOC and getting the whole thing ready. So once you are there at 9 o'clock, thereafter the first 1 hour you spend gaining situational awareness, etc., and all those things, and the uh, local response will start off. The actual response, wherein the specialist response comes in by the SDRF, NDRF, and all, will start from 10:30 onwards, like you were saying. So the only change, what you're saying is, everyone will be present in the EOC at 9 o'clock itself, right? Because it's a pre-planned event, right? Just to save on time.
If it actually strikes,
Of course, it will happen, but just to say, otherwise, if actually strikes your incident, your staging areas and all will not be ready. But we've given you a day tomorrow to make them ready. So the aim is to learn. Aim is to learn and to get our system together. Okay, the procedures together. So we will be, telescoping certain events so that we can squeeze everything in those few hours for the exercise. Otherwise, the response activity will carry on for 3-4 days. So that is the reason why we are telescoping things and squeezing things together. Okay, please continue.
So, as sir has already said that around 9 a.m. we'll be all be assembling at the district control room set up at Ndma. It's already there, and the damages are being collated and the situational awareness is being built. The briefing will be carried out by responsible officer. So this briefing will not be as per the that what you have to do and all, because all the officers and IRS systems have been trained. But in case there are any specific inputs to be given by responsible officers, we will be briefing the all the IRS officers in the time between 9:15, 9:20. Next.
I request all these briefings, we coordinate in a manner that we can see them live on video conferencing by all of us. So video conferencing will be functioning on. EOC also.
So the planning section chief takes over and she makes a plan for of all the damages that have been done and what all action can be made, and the plan is handed over to the operations section chief, the SP Gangtok. The operations are initiated by operations section chief at 10:30 a.m. These operations are specific to the events that are happening, and this is in addition to the local support and the volunteers that are already present at the site between 9 to 10:30. The staging area is set up at Reach Park, Tatangchen. So this is a new staging area. I think last time we had set it up at the Palzo. But since staging area and the relief camp was same place. So we are setting up it at Reach Park, Tatangchen. The incident check post, since almost all the events are in and around Ndma and the periphery. So ICP is also established just besides the control room at the Ndma. Relief camp, there are 2 relief camps set up. So one relief camp will be at Palzur Stadium for Gangtok, and since we are simulating GLOF for the Singtam area, so one relief camp will be set up at Singtam Secondary School for Singtam also. Then so tourism building at Rich Park is also identified as relief camp for the responders. So as was some portion in the same. Next. So this is the first scenario that so when 10:30 ASMA, the first scenario will be simulated. The building there has been a building collapse at Ndma. The information that is available with the district control room is about the location. Details of victims, unfortunate details of victims. 5 injuries have already been reported by the local volunteers. Since it's a big building, search and rescue operation has to be carried on a bigger scale, has been communicated. Response till now from the local volunteers and civil defense, they are already there at this site. As per incident response system, so the operation section chief has, through the staging area, he has sent 1 platoon of NDRF, 1 ambulance, and the evacuation drill has been carried out by the under supervision of NDRF, and 20 people who have been evacuated, they have been sent to relief camp at Falls Stadium. This is the first scenario. Second, next. Second, again, a building collapse at Star Mall. So this is an upcoming construction site, sir. So again, the information available is the location.
Fine. Response, we can even discuss it during the mock exercise itself. Just give the scenario.
Right.
How you respond, we'll see on the mock exercise.
Right, sir. So second scenario that we are painting is under construction building at Star Mall, which collapses due to the earthquake. Response, as I've already, sir has said that they will be monitoring it on the actual mock day. And next, third is the, sir, fire at Vajra Mall. Again, now, sir, actually it doesn't open at 9 p.m. So around shops open at 9:30. So we have asked them to keep the shops open.
No problem. Your response is as it is taking place at after 10:30.
Right. No, initially, sir.
Doesn't make it.
So another.
Don't unnecessarily inconvenience people. That is my request. If it can be done easily, don't done.
On that day, even our offices we are opening at 8:30.
Oh, that's fine.
So third incident would be a fire at Vajra Mall. Again, the response will be doing it as has been documented on the screen. Next incident, come on. Next incident is a landslide incident that we are landslide and blockage of road at Agampur. So this is an alternative highway to reach offices and STNM hospital. So the scenario is that trees have been uprooted. There has been a blockage of road, disruption to PHA pipeline, sewerage line, and electric cable. And we will be responding to under this will be under the supervision of team GISWA and DFO. So they'll be sending their team to cut off the trees and make the road open along with the roads and bridges team. Next. Then again, one other scenario is at evacuation at DC office. Since it's a normal working day and earthquake has damaged buildings, 2 people are trapped. So drop cover and hold exercise will be carried out, and safe and evacuation of people stuck will be carried out under the supervision of deputy director. Next. This is something new that has been given to us, glacial lake outburst flood at Singtam. Since the 2 glacial lakes in the North Sikkim have been affected due to earthquake, and the water levels along the Tista belt is increasing. So there has been an information that received from the North District Administration with a warning that the riverine belt area people have to be evacuated immediately. This is something very new which we will all learn, and SDM Rabdang will be appointed as incident commander for this specific site, and this evacuation will be carried out by local volunteers. So there is army unit also located nearby, so they will be immediately pressed into the service. But since search and evacuation exercise will have to be carried out in expert manner, we'll be doing it with the NDRF responders also. So for this exercise, relief camp has been set up at Singtam Secondary School, and requisition has been made from the site, and the response will be given by the incident commander.
Now, let me ask you, how much warning time do you have after the blow takes place?
Sir.
How much warning time do you have till the water comes here?
Sir, around half an hour is what we are assuming, sir.
Only half an hour.
Because it will not take much time to.
See, that is why I wanted that presentation on block from the state or someone to give. Because it's a new subject, and I had specifically mentioned during the coordinated conference that I have got that slide, I will show it to you, that these aspects need to be covered during the presentation on block. We've just glossed over it. If people are not aware what is the hazard of block, what is the early warning system in place, which are the areas which are vulnerable, what all actions have to be required to be carried. This is all theoretical. No, I don't have time to cover this during the tabletop exercise. This is why we are doing these presentations. So if you have this presentation on blog, please ask someone to upload it now and the next 10 minutes, and he or she can give that presentation. I don't know whoever the person. You want the DC Mangan to give? Just please speak to him on telephone. And that presentation is required.
We'll do it.
So just have that presentation uploaded. You see, the DCs have to be downstream DCs have to be very clear. And how much time does the water going to come? How are they going to get the warning? And which are then how are they going to evacuate? And let me tell you here that if you start looking at specialized help for evacuation in Gulf, I'm sorry we're asking for trouble. Because unfortunately we are in the process of setting up an early warning system. As of now, it is work in progress, and it will take time for these things to happen. But disasters don't wait for you to be ready. You have to be ready for it now, as per with whatever you have. So today you don't have an early warning system. You will probably get to know once it has happened. The moment it happens, you start gathering people around then at that point of time and telling them you have to move, etc. It will be too late. So people have to be aware, right? And the evacuation has to be community-driven process. And you're probably civil defense people from the local area, home guard. If you have Avta Mitras in that area, so these are the kind of people. And of course, army unit is there. You can take their help, but the army will also be evacuating from there because they're also affected. So anyone in that low-lying area where water is going to come, they're going to be affected. You must have a link with the upstream reservoir dams. Okay, so they have to tell you how much water is being released, what is released, and you have to have some, upstream minute-to-minute information. Okay, so much water has come now. This is the state. Okay, now at downstream at so place, so much water has come. Now the water level is increasing. Then further down, someone tells you, okay, water level has fallen down now. Something some pondage was there in the dam over there. They've been able to retain some water over there. Things like that. Okay. So there has to be a monitoring system in your headquarters, and you have to know who to speak to. So half an hour is actually not a scenario for you. Your time is going to take longer, right? You probably have 3-4 hours, 5 hours before the water comes in, right? It is half an hour, and all those Lachung and all those places on top, right? They're going to be hit straight. So it's not such a bad scenario for you. Okay. It is more critical as far as North Sikkim, Mangan is concerned. But all the same, if the water levels are higher, there are multiple breaches, number of people, you have to be prepared.
Sir, what we have done is in the bi-monthly exercise, sir, we also monitor the major reservoirs that have been. Power projects are also have that router system installation.
Correct.
That is also being done, and we have WhatsApp groups on who monitor the water level. Since the communication channel will be down, we may not have that.
So now that
we can take that.
now that is mentioned, we'll digress a little bit. We'll discuss this GLOF issue, and it is for everyone. If a power sector project where people are staying, we can have a hooter system. Why can't we have this hooter system also in colonies in low-lying areas? So the moment there is, this warning, danger warning is received from upstream, GLOF has taken place, you have 2 hours to vacate. You sound the hooter. So it is much more effective in giving a warning to everyone, and people evacuate. And so in your colonies also you should have hooters. तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ colonies में बनाना पड़ेगा, which are that's exactly what I'm saying, which are vulnerable in low-lying areas. Okay, settlements. So if you have a hooter over there, beforehand they know which is the area they need to go to. All right, they just move over there.
So, sir, what we have done, the new thing is under the hooter system, we have also asked all the power projects to identify a relief center. So 10% of the downstream population, ready country, how much is the 10% of the population? Immediately they should have a relief center, and for 1 week that relief center. So this is apart from the.
So the power center is taking care of this.
Yes.
Power department is taking care.
No, not power department. The power projects.
Power projects.
There are 4 districts. So all the 4 power projects.
So they've agreed to this.
Yes.
Making this happen.
We enter at least.
So as far as just during the mock exercise, will be activating any of these? Whoever is there on incident commander can share some, live video feed from there. What has been done, and we'll interact. So,
So in fact, regarding this law, this being a new subject, we apprised the SEC members regarding this in the last meeting, and proposal has been accepted by the SEC and approved by the SEC for conducting exercise along the riverine beds. That's both Tista Basin as well as this Rangi Basin. The water system and the early warning system, everything will be installed. And in fact, the SDC NDMA associated NDMA project is also on the pipeline.
It is on pipeline, correct. So in that pipeline also, I didn't find mention of the water system in the colonies, settlements. Probably as part of early warning, you could include, I don't know.
Basically, along the river right beds, we don't have big columns except for the power project sites here. So they do have routers installed in that places.
There is one Gaon, other Gaon.
It's Singtam's. Just opposite.
So that is a place which I think is where you're looking at. You're worried about.
We are looking at six terms of property, which is under management.
Right, please go ahead.
So next, then sir, these are the along with the 5 scenarios that we have painted. It's one of the evacuation drills at various schools. Drop, cover, and go exercises will be conducted at the schools, and damage assessment to the buildings will be made. Next, again, sir, power projects also will be using that water systems also, sir, and we'll be doing evacuation drill at the power project site. So 4 for us, sir. NHPC, Madhya Connecticut, and Kundan. But it's run of the mill. Next.
How the power project people getting the early warning of a ground?
So they have the online system, so which gets powered not just through electricity but through solar power.
How are they getting a warning that the law is taking place on upstream?
So they are monitoring what levels of PU. So they do get are in touch with the
CWC monitors the bottom.
CWC is the boss gate hoga.
They have
I'm talking of gloves, you must. They may be saying they've got their own, mechanism, but you need to get into there and be sure that they have a proper mechanism, right? Because tomorrow, God forbid, something takes place. The people who will be asked questions is, us, the state and the authorities. कि आप लोगों ने क्या किया था इसके बाद, ठीक है? तो उसको आप देख लो आप, what mechanism do they have, and if they have a good mechanism to get information, and that information is reaching them faster than it's reaching you,
yes,
then probably it's a good thing to have a hotline between the power projects and your DOC, so that you they're able to share inputs with you straight away, and you are able to know you get that early warning too. So we should early warning is a system which must be shared, and dissemination is very important. Sharing and dissemination. Whoever gets the information first should be able to share with everyone, and you should be able to disseminate to all people at the earliest. That is the crux of early warning system.
Okay. So we are monitoring. So when we go there, we are checking how they are getting it. So, but as you said, hotline has to be.
They must be having a control room. So hotline between their control room and your EOC.
Yes.
That's good. Yeah.
So this is a rich park staging area, so just for reference purpose. Next one. And the relief camp at Palgo Street. Next one.
Right. Thank you. Is health department giving the presentation?
So we have a small presentation.
Huh?
Yes, we have small one.
On a plan?
Yes, sir. Not like overall general plan.
General also thana mere ko. I've got so many hospitals.
No, not that. So what we are going to do like.
Tell me how are you going to deal with an earthquake?
Nice.
Okay.
Sorry, so all this bigger hotel chains. Yes, bigger hotel chains also.
Just stop my sir. Health one. State disaster. Like to help one. Good afternoon, everyone. myself, Dr. Again. I'm the nodal officer, STNM for disaster. So, with permission from the chair, there's a brief presentation for just whenever a disaster strikes, like sir said, we also have in place a scenario. We have a protocol in place. Like whenever any disaster like earthquake strikes, so everyone, since the communication line is already jammed, so everyone is supposed to assemble. So at the state level, our secretary is a responsible officer, and for the Ganduk district, that is in main STM hospital, that's a state level hospital.
See, if you start reading everything, now we will get late. Oh, after the Khadi, we will be able to see. Just give the, this is the organization and just carry on.
No, yes, sir,
sorry, you know, but we are very hard pressed for time.
Yes, sir. So this is the organization level.
Yeah, good.
And then we have the SOPs at all the hospitals. Like whenever a disaster strikes, there's activation of the incident command center. All the staffs are supposed to assemble at a designated area. All the hospitals, district hospitals, PSCs, we all have a disaster plan. So we assemble according to our plans, and these are that's what we are going to do. And the main important is, since we have only one major state referral hospital, that's the STNM. So we have designated areas for everyone. We have a PA system in place. Whenever disaster strikes, for announcement, we have disaster plan in place. We have a special disaster.
Okay, what happens if the PA system stops functioning?
We have a WT.
Is it based on electricity or is it based on battery?
Right now we are acquiring the battery system. So right now we have electricity one, but we are on process of acquiring a battery one.
Because the electricity is the first thing that will go in a earthquake. So, kahan se aap announcement karoge?
So then, sir, we are getting this one, and we have a UPS also generator.
Okay, let me come to the point where now it's a good issue you raised, state referral hospital, you know, SOP for functioning. Your disaster management plan for hospitals has to be practical.
Yes.
Now I'll go to this hospital on day after, right?
Yes.
I'll go to one Sokcham or whichever one you want me to take. Go, right? Please, last time there were a lot of issues I had raised. Please ensure those have been actioned.
Yes, sir.
Firstly, the hospital has to be reconfigured now.
Yes, sir.
To take care of extra large number of casualties that are going to come in suddenly.
Yes.
So your normal function is not going to be normal function,
yes,
right? Large number of vehicles, large number of people, so traffic control, emergency system where a large number of people are going to come together. Instead of the normal emergency system, you'll have to expand it, right? You'll have to create surge capacity. You need to, switch over to generator system, etc. Ensure that you have all those stuff. You need sustenance for next 5, 6, 7 days because nothing going to come. So all those aspects should be there in your disaster plan. So the use of PA system is not going to work.
Yes, sir.
You should have. You should have a system of volunteers coming to you because the doctors and nurses are going to be hard pressed.
Yes, sir.
So guiding people, etc., moving from one place to a registration, etc. This should take place. This should be done by volunteers and not medical staff who are trained and who are required to do other jobs that are more important. So just look at all these things, and this plan has to be pragmatic.
Yes,
so when people are coming in, how are you guiding them, etc. It may have to be by word of mouth.
Yes.
This PA system may not work. Okay.
Just a floor plan for the assembly area and triage area for the main state referral hospital. And the main designation, triage and designation. So for potential for augmentation, what we have kept is we have a central referral hospital at Manipal. 6 Mile, Tadong. So they have a best trend of around 563. We are constantly in touch with the
potential. Why are you using the word potential? Why don't you remove the word potential and put sources for augmentation? And after you speak to all these agencies, write down exactly what they're going to give you. Don't leave it vague, na? And don't wait for a disaster to happen and then you start calling those people. Okay, polyclinic, please, how many people can you send me? I need help. So please quantify this.
We have, sir. We have retired doctors. There are 56 of them. They are willing to come.
What about private polyclinics?
Private polyclinics are very few. Most of them they are from the STNM hospital only. So we also have in touch with them. So around.
There are no private practitioners.
We have private practitioners, but very less. I mean, like yes, sir. So it's almost like whoever are working in the government service, they are only in private practitioners. So it's almost like if you are
doing a double job.
Double job. So it's almost gonna be nil only. But still, we are most important for us is the retired doctors. Retired doctors, and for them,
okay. Now you've written Army Hospital Paramedic.
Yes, sir.
How many people can Army give you?
So this, we are still.
So you have to speak, yeah.
We are very in touch with them. So we have sent
last time also I told
yes,
you.
Sir.
Ek saal ho gaya, you haven't spoken. Please speak.
Yes, sir.
And to remove the word potential,
yes, sir.
Put sources for augmentation and put figures over there.
Yes, sir.
What help can you get from so and so? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Right. And this is not only for Gangtok.
Yes, sir.
Across the state. Okay. Every district has to do it. Your district medical officers have to do this
yes,
job over there. Okay.
So then this is just if incident.
Now, what do you mean if an incident extent? We are talking about earthquake.
Yes, sir.
We are talking very specific. So tell me what you do in earthquake.
So,
the incident will extend.
Yes, sir.
You will have to work for 5, 6, 7 days at least. In Turkey, you know, where the earthquake happened. This is for everyone. Please, best way is to learn from other incidents and other mistakes. And don't do on-the-job learning by committing mistakes yourself. So please, whatever your field is, if you are medical, study how medical casualties and medical management was done in Turkey. What were the lessons learned? If you are looking at, clearance of debris, earth-moving equipment, rubble, building collapse and all, you are PWD and other, please study what happened over there. If you're looking at restoration of electricity, power supply, etc., what are the issues? There were deaths due to electrocution, etc. Please look at Turkey again. So this is the way to, learn lessons.
So this is like the infrastructure designs that we've been working on now. With especially the last time we still had a training with the Ndma and the SSDMA. So the new because the IS system has been
again, it's very good you've written these points, but these are again theoretical. Tell me what have you done?
So we just had done a training session. We just had
you said plus plan heliport in proximity hospital to augment that.
Yes, sir.
So you tell me now what you should be written ahead is which all hospitals you are planning a heliport and what is the time frame in this. This is going to. You must have a roadmap, isn't it, for executing this.
Yes, sir.
Use of technology, drones. Okay, which hospitals have already got, or which departments have already got? Where are you proposing to get these? Right. So please, further elaborate this into an action plan. How are you going to implement this? Okay. Okay, your first slide, Go to your first slide, please. Just press home. उस पे home press कर दो. Next. You written worst case scenario. Worst case scenario तो कहीं बताया नहीं आपने मेरे को. What is your worst case scenario? You understand the meaning of worst case scenario? Means if there's a major earthquake, what is the worst situation for you in terms of the number of casualties that you expect? So what is your worst case scenario? That you have to quantify, na? So what is disaster management? There's an issue here. You need resources to deal with it. You match the requirement with what you have. And you will always have a shortfall. So you need to then prioritize and you need to make effort to make up the shortfall. That is basically what disaster management is. So what is your worst case scenario? Okay, in Gangtok area, in Gangtok district, we expect, I'm just giving a figure. Okay, X number. So many thousand casualties, injured. My hospital capacity, so much. I have this much less. So how do I make up? I create some surge capacity, right? I activate some ad hoc hospitals, which did you have some ad hoc hospital during COVID?
Yes, so no ad hoc hospital.
You didn't have? Okay, fine. I'll take help from the armed forces. Okay. Then I have a system wherein the private clinics, etc., private hospitals, so many beds are there. I make use of these. So you must have a, that is why you need a scenario. Unless you know what figure you are working at, you cannot plan your use of resources. You cannot know whether you are ready or not ready. So this worst case scenario आपने लिख तो दिया है यहाँ पे. You not quantified it. Please do that. Okay, thank you. Are we getting someone from block? Requires half an hour. Okay, thank you. Then you just speak to him, please. And tell him that when we come to the situation of law, there's a time he will first give a presentation and then I will do the law. And just 10 minutes presentation. Just 10 minutes, essential. Yeah? Okay, please load my presentation. So, right, we come to the end of the series of presentations. Now, I will be conducting the tabletop exercise. Just give me the presenter, please. I will request all the stakeholders to kindly be on listening watch. This is going to be an interactive session. So when the districts are asked to respond, please unmute yourself and respond. Otherwise, please keep your mic muted. काम नहीं कर रहा यार. Just indicate, start the first one and then we'll do it. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so these are the objectives we've set for ourselves for the tabletop exercise. And basically it is, to again recapture it with you. What are your plans? How are you going to take care of various contingencies that arise during an earthquake? And what is the kind of coordination you have between various agencies? Because this is a multi-agency effort. And in the process, find out if there are any shortfalls or gaps in whatever you have, and how do we overcome these gaps. Just remove that thing on screen on the right. So बंद कर दो ना cross. Yeah. That's not working. There's no cell in it. How will it work? Huh? Is it working from there? Just check. Yeah, don't go far ahead. Okay. Now you're doing. Okay, so this is how we will be conducting today's tabletop exercise. Incident response system is the basic bedrock of our response. So while I'm being told you carried out some refresher training, but I will briefly refresh with you what the incident response system is all about. It is more or less what I had covered during the tabletop exercise in January, but all the same, if you keep hearing it again and again, I'm sure something will settle down and will be better ready as far as incident response system is concerned. Then we'll look at the tabletop exercise, in which first we look at preparedness, and then we look at various scenarios and your response to them. Okay, so while today we are looking at industrial disaster, earthquake as a disaster, but there may be many other, disasters. So to deal with this wide spectrum of disasters, you need a common system, and that is what the incident response system or IRS is all about. Now, when you're looking at an effective response, please look at this 7 elements that I have written over here. If you want to respond effectively to the disaster, these 7 elements are essential. You cannot do without them. Communications, knowing exactly what has happened in real time, that is situational awareness, knowing what you have to fight the disaster with, that means the resources, their awareness and visibility, knowing which resources available where, how much has got used, how much more is available, where can more come from, etc. Then, since you are using multiple agencies, you need good coordination. Each person should know his or her role. Therefore, you need accountability. Only then you can be effective. You need to have a detailed plan, and it cannot be ad hoc response. And there has to be clear system wherein the responsibility is laid down, and the system of orders flows as per a particular chain or chain of command. So these are essentials, and this is what incident response systems provide you. And this is why we adopted incident response system. So to define incident response system, there are 3 basic pillars. You have facilities, equipment, and personnel. This is one pillar. They are bound together by a common organization structure with procedures and communications. This is the second pillar. And the third pillar is the objective. Why they're working together is to manage assigned resources in an effective manner to accomplish whatever objectives you have set to a particular incident. So remember these 3 different elements of the incident response system, and you will be very clear how it functions. So with this, we are able to ensure, the moment a disaster happens, what has happened, where has it happened, what are the problems, etc. So situational assessment. You are able to disseminate this information to everyone. So all the stakeholders, since you have already identified the stakeholders beforehand, they are on board, they know what is happening. Once everyone knows what is happening, you are able to use your resources effectively. Your resources, whatever resources you have, you are aware again where these resources are, you are able to mobilize them and again use them effectively, for which we have the staging area, as you are all aware. And you have, with this system, you are able to use your resources in an optimum manner. Again, incident response system is essential because disaster response, it requires a whole of the government approach. That is why today we have so many stakeholders, so many people from different departments participating in this event. So it's a whole of the government approach, and for this, again, incident response system is essential. And if this whole of the government approach is to work, all of us, all the different stakeholders must have a common understanding of what the incident response system is. It must be very clear what it is, how it works. Okay, so within the incident response system, we spoke of command and control. Basically, the 2 officials who are charged with the overall responsibility, entire responsibility of managing the incident. First is the responsible officer. He or she is in charge for managing the emergency and controls the, at each administrative level, there is a responsible officer who's laid out. So it's the senior most officer normally in the hierarchy. At the state level, it's the chief secretary, and at the district level, is the DC or the DM, whatever you may call in your state. And then on ground, to execute the response physically and manage all operations related to disaster, you have the incident command. Now, for execution of the response, you have what is called an incident response team. An incident response team is pre-designated. That means today, what is the incident response team structure at the state level? What is at, say, Mangal district? It has to be clearly laid out, notified, and known to everyone. So who's doing what, etc. Now, structure of the incident response team, of course, the person who's heading it is the responsible officer. The other person who is important in executing the response is incident commander. To assist them, you have the command staff and you have the general staff. Command staff is the staff and the reporters. So they are basically looking at assisting the responsible officer in staff functions, in managing various issues, administration, etc. And you have 4 of them, they're listed out as you can see. And it is the general staff which is responsible for arranging the response on ground, wherein you have the operations section, planning section, and logistics section. An important element. An important element is also the nodal officer air. In a mountainous state like ours, this individual has got an extremely important role because he's looking at all facets of air operations, whether it's helicopters, whether it's drones, whether it's transport aircraft, whether it's relief material coming in by air, whether it's responders like NDRF and other people coming in by air, the entire management of the tarmac, the move of these stores whichever coming in from to the airfield to the designated areas where, as indicated by the SDMA, the entire system, the responsibility for coordination is the nodal officer air. So he has to be in touch with all aerial support providers, whether it's the Air Force, whether it's the civil service, air services, whether it is your army, and even BSF in some places has aircraft, your civil providers of drone services, their mapping, everything has to be coordinated by the nodal officer air. Now, we spoke of the general staff. In the general staff, you have the operations section, which is responsible for the actual tactical action in the field related to search and rescue, firefighting, evacuation, and law and order maintenance at the incident site. The planning section is the one which gathers all the information related to the incident and makes out a response plan. How much resources are going to go where to fight the disaster. So this is the job of the planning section, and they also carry out frequent reviews to make out, a forecast of future operations. So they're not only looking at the present, they're also looking at the future. And then you have the logistics section, which is providing you the wherewithal, equipment, medical, various services, whether it is earth moving equipment, your sanitation, water supply, your electricity, etc. All this is looked at by the logistics section. Now, the incident response system is not something that is functional 24/7. It is triggered in case there is a disaster. Now, the triggering it can be at different levels depending on the level of the disaster. If there is it's a disaster which can be controlled and handled at the district level, then it will be triggered only up to the district level. So that's the beauty of this incident response system. It's a flexible system and it is activated as per requirement. So the first method of triggering this incident response system is you get an early warning. Now this is possible in the case of floods. A lot of rain, water levels building up, floods are anticipated. You can have this for an event like cyclone. So in such cases, or even for an avalanche, if you get an avalanche warning, the incident response system can be triggered. Now, obviously, this is the ideal way of triggering, and there are various agencies who are day down to give you warnings related to disasters. So on their early warning, this system is triggered and be triggered top down. So the state will get this information. They decide, okay, we need to pass it down to the districts. The district decide, okay, we need to be activated, etc. So as per requirement, the system is triggered. Obviously, it's the ideal way of functioning because it is happening in a systematic and organized manner. However, disasters and real life is not ideal. And a disaster like an earthquake will happen without warning. So what do? In this case, the system is triggered bottom up. That means it is the people on the ground, when the disasters takes place, they respond first and they simultaneously report the system, whatever has happened up the chain. So this information flow is normally in such cases from bottom to the top. And the system is also triggered accordingly. This is the method of triggering that would happen in the case of an earthquake. Now, when we look at disaster response, in the context of the incident response system, this is the sequence in which the response will happen. Please note this, and this is what we will follow and practice during the mock exercise. And this is how you should also respond to any disaster if you have to respond in an effective and a coordinated manner. So the moment a disaster happens, you have a warning or occurrence, you have an initial response, which is normally by the local community and responders who are available over there. It is also supplemented by quick reaction teams of the medical department and other departments who are there. So that the initial response, and simultaneously you activate the EOC and the IR. So this is the initial aspect, and the command post is obviously also set up. Now, once this happens, the initial response by the community is taking place. You have to know what has happened. You cannot blindly, start sending resources left, right, and center, because then suddenly you will realize there's a major requirement somewhere, but you already use your resources elsewhere. So you have to gain situational awareness. You have to know exactly what is happening. So in the mock exercise, this is exactly what we're doing. Phase 1, part 1 is already, we are assuming, is there to start with. The EOC is activated, we are all there. Initial response will trigger the moment the earthquake starts. Thereafter, you will do the aspect of gaining situational awareness, you will plan, and you will marshal your resources. And you will set up various IRS assets. Now, what are these IRS assets? Like your staging area, your relief camp, your incident command post. So all these are set up, simultaneously while you're gaining situational awareness, and also your resources move over there to the staging area. It is not that, the hospital, the medical ambulances and doctors move directly on their own. The earth moving equipment moves on its own. No. The quick reaction teams, yes, they move on their own. The others, they will come to the staging area. And like the DC Gagtok was mentioning, when in his planned response, he was saying he will send some NDRF people along with an ambulance and a doctor and things like that. So it is a task force based response. The word we must use is task force. Not call it a platoon or NDRF sublet. We should use a task force. And, please exercise your mind as to what this task force should be composed of, which we will come to again subsequently in the tabletop exercise when I conduct it. Please. We'll go back one. Yeah. So once the response has been, once the resources have been marshaled, then you have a coordinated response and relief which takes place. Once the response and relief post phase is over, you will carry out restoration of services, and thereafter, once the entire services and life is back to normal, you will do your debris clearance and demobilization of your incident response resources that have been mobilized for this particular event. Okay. Now, this is the sequence in which actions will take place at the SCOC and DOC in case of a disaster incident. So please note this. This is the sequence you will follow in the SCOC and the DOC on the day of the mock exercise. So activate IRT. IRT is already activated. At 9:03 a.m. the earthquake will take place. After that, the incident command post, assumption of command, notification of the hazard of the earthquake disaster. Notification is extremely important. Only once you notify it, formally can you invoke the Disaster Management Act and use its various provisions. So notification takes place. Then if you need to transfer command or take resources under command, all that action takes place. Thereafter, you have an initial incident briefing taking place at the EOCs. You gain more information. You have a command in meeting wherein you do your decide your objectives. What are your objectives for the incident? You have a planning meeting where you plan, decide the tactics, etc. And then IAP is prepared, approved, and subsequently the execution of response takes place. And thereafter, as the incident keeps progressing, you will have periodic briefings being conducted at the EOC. Every half an hour, every 1 hour, to get updates on what is happening. What are the fresh developments taking place? And also to look at what are your future plans that you need to make. So this is the sequence that must be followed. Please look at it and implement it during the mock exercise. Now with this, I come to the end of this incident response system recapitulation. It was briefly to give an overview of this. In each of these, in the incident response system, each operation section, logistics section, and the planning section, you have various appointments. Their charter of duties, what are they supposed to do, is given over there. So whatever your charter of duties is, please ensure you are familiar with your charter. You know what exactly is required to be done. And I will request the districts that when they do conduct the mock exercise, do not send a person at the last moment over there. I go over there and ask this gentleman, what is your task? What is this thing? After 2 minutes, it will be, sir, I was only sent yesterday over here. Okay. So then that's not going to work. Now, I would like an input from the two newly formed districts, please. Let me have Pakyong, please, to tell me what is your current status of your district disaster management plan? Is it ready? And how is your state of training as far as incident response system is concerned? Are you happy with it? What or is it an ongoing process? Do you need any assistance, etc.? Yes, let's have Pakyong, please.
Hello. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, please. Please.
Okay. So, my answer. Yes, sir. So, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Please go ahead.
So, we just almost completed making the district disaster management plan. So, we made it, and it's now ready. So, we will send it across to the headquarters very soon, sir. That is there. With regards to the incident response and disaster plan, we've done a couple of exercises in the schools and all. And with regards to day after tomorrow's 5 incidents, we've already formulated the command. We've already formulated the plan. We also have a set of resources. We've also collected the resources, and we are more or less ready for the work on day after. Sir. Rajiv, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, please. I heard you. Are there any issues as far as this training, etc., is concerned? Do you need any help from anywhere, from the Ndma or from the state?
Yet probably will require, sir. But right now we are okay, sir. We just set up our EOC. We just set up our DEOC also. We just set it up recently. So now we are more or less okay, sir. We can actually manage it.
Okay, I will just have one suggestion to make to both you and Soren. Since you are in the process of setting up something new, so please make sure you whatever you do is the best. And it should not be a makeshift arrangement. So have a look at the EOCs of the other districts, and your EOC that when you set it up, it must be better than theirs. It must incorporate all technology and other aspects. The GIS decision support system, satellite imagery, etc. All these must be available with you in your database, in your EOC. Please ensure this because you're setting something up fresh. You can always set it up in a manner which is the best. It takes into account the best practices. Okay, thank you.
Right.
Can we have the input from Soreng, please? Soreng district.
Good morning. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Others, please mute your mic. Please go ahead.
Am I audible, sir? Sir, my name is Vim Fedal. I am District Collector, Soren. I have two.
Little louder, sir. You're audible, but a little louder.
So there are two things I would like to be clear about. The first one is that the earthquake triggers at 9:03 a.m. on 12th May. Just wondering what would be supposed to be the duration of the tremor. If that could also have been mentioned. जो अर्थक्वेक है उसका ड्यूरेशन कितना होगा ये अगर वो भी मेंशन किया होगा तो प्लानिंग में और भी सुविधा हो जाएगी.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah. Okay, so you want to know duration of the tremor. So this is a question I will be asking you in the tabletop exercise. Okay. So I'm sure we'll get the answer from someone. If not, I will give you the answer then. Okay, what else?
The second thing is regarding the appointment of the observer.
Okay.
So we have not yet been communicated about the observer for 12th.
The SDMA will take care of it.
Sure, thank you. That is all I wanted to know.
No, you tell me, is your disaster management plan ready? And are you satisfied with it? And have you got the approval of your DDMP from the SDMA? Has it been approved by the SDMA?
Our DDMP is almost ready, sir. In a couple of days after this mock drill, we will send it to the headquarters for approval.
Okay. I wish you had got, that is why we had this mock exercise. The aim was to push you all to, get it done fast. And it would have been good if you had got it done before the mock exercise. Anyway, now that's good that you're pushing it. Don't confine yourself just to your district disaster management plan. Please look at your departmental plans too. Whether it's the medical, whether it's the, electrical and power, whether it's the communications, whether it is, animal husbandry. All these departments, their plan must also be made, which will be an offshoot, which will take guidance from your district plan, and this is applicable for Buckingham too. Please ensure these plans are also made at this point of time, because your plan is in isolation not going to work if the department don't have their plans to supplement it with action. What about incident response system training? Are all your people trained and do they understand their roles and charter as far as the incident response system is concerned?
Most of our people have been trained, but we still would like to have some more trainings in the days to come.
I hope your various high-risk functionaries are present today, like your operations section chief and your logistics section chief, etc., are all present over there with you.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So I will be raising questions from these appointments. I'll request all of them to, participate in this tabletop exercise.
So we have one question, sir. Question from Pakyam, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So can the mobile networks are supposed to go from 9:05? Could we have that response mobile silence from 9:30 after half an hour, sir?
Please repeat your question. It is a question or a suggestion? Is it a question or a suggestion?
Suggestion, sir.
So please rephrase. Tell us what you want.
Yeah, so basically, as per the plan, the equipment is supposed to have at 9, and by 9:05 or 9:10, the mobile connectivity is supposed to go. So can we have that at least half an hour? Because normally the mobile connectivity does not go so early. So that information, we can pass information, we can collect information.
Have you been in an earthquake in 2011? Were you involved?
Yes,
You were the SDM over there, I'm told. So
Yes, sir.
see, whatever damage has to take place in the earthquake will take place in the first 1 minute of the tremor, and then the next set of damage is going to be in any aftershock that is going to come, right? So if the mobile towers are going to fall, if your communication lines are going to break, they'll break in the first 1 minute. So what has been seen in an earthquake, the mobile communications will go straight away after an earthquake. They will not be available.
Okay.
So
that will be these 2 hours. Yeah.
So let us not make things simple for ourselves. Okay. The word I use the word worst case scenario when we are talking of the plan by the medical department. That is true for all of us. We must prepare for the worst case scenario, and the worst case scenario is your mobile communications are gone. If you are ready for your worst case scenario, you are ready for everything. So if you are ready for a worst case scenario and to function without mobile communications, but if mobile communications are there, that's a bonus. You will be able to work better. Right? So we will go ahead with this whatever you planned, right? Okay. Share my screen, please. Now we'll continue with the tabletop exercise. Now, besides Soreng and Pakyong, other 4 districts, do you have any issues as far as iris training is concerned? Happy? Okay. Now, so training is one part, practical implementation another part. So please ensure that all these people who have been trained, they do participate in the mock exercise fully, and I find the practical implementation in far as how how a staging area should come up, how should a relief camp come up, what are you supposed to have over there, how does the hospital disaster management plan get executed. These are areas where there's lot of scope for improvement. So this is an area all of you as the responsible officers at the districts must focus on. So I will reiterate, you still have 1 day tomorrow. Please ensure each individual who is participating in the mock exercise and who is a nominated appointment in the IRS system knows what his appointment in Charter of Duties is in detail. Okay. With that, we'll go ahead to the tabletop exercise, and the first part of the tabletop exercise, I'm reiterating the earthquake hazard in Sikkim. Our state falls in zone 4, and there have been earlier earthquakes, and it is prone to earthquakes. That is why this tabletop exercise and mock exercise. We are playing a scenario. Please understand it is not a prediction. Okay, it may not happen like this. It may happen in some other way. So we have to be prepared as an entire state. While we may say the earthquake takes place in a particular area, and other districts which are a little far off may not be so affected. But you take the case of Turkey. Now Turkey had a major earthquake, some 2-3 decades back, and the area where they had this major earthquake and which was prone to the earthquake, they spent a lot of money in retrofitment, in building earthquake resistant buildings, etc. in that area. However, the earthquake happened in another area this time. where they were not expecting it so much, and where the money spent was not so much, and hence the horrendous casualties you saw. So earthquakes, while faults, etc., are, do give an idea where the earthquake is likely to take place, but it could well be a little removed from that. And as such, we as a state, entire state, must be prepared, for this eventuality. Now, as far as the tactical setting and modalities for this tabletop exercise is concerned, we are looking at earthquake, and we are looking at cascading outcomes. The secondary effects of the earthquake, which includes landslide, industrial accidents, fire, and GLOF. So all these aspects will be addressed during this tabletop exercise, as also during the mock exercise. Please do not limit your participation to the scenario alone. Like I was saying, if the earthquake is taking place 40 kilometers to the northwest of Sikkim, of Gangtok, district well to the south, area well to the south, Pakyong, or North Sikkim should not say that we are not going to be affected. So we are looking at this as a scenario, just for setting the base for discussion. But as far as response is concerned, I will be expecting all the districts to participate. And timelines of events have been telescoped. I mentioned it earlier also. DC Gangtok had an issue as to, he was under the impression he will be using the first hour to, gather in the EOC, etc. We have telescoped the whole thing. Everyone will be in the EOC when we start the mock exercise at 9 o'clock on to 12th. And lastly, I have been doing all the speaking so far, mostly. Hereafter, I expect you to do most of the speaking. So it's an interactive session where the districts, the departmental heads, the incident response teams, whatever members are there, and then we have stakeholders from the industry, BSNL and other such organizations, even the armed forces here. They must respond wherever they have a role to play, or wherever they feel the need to come in. Okay. With that, now the scenario has been reiterated. This scenario was told to you during the coordinating on conference. So we are saying it's a magnitude 7.1 earthquake. Now time has been given 10:03 IST for today, because we started at 10 o'clock. But on the mock exercise day, we will be working at 9:03 IST, right? 42 kilometers northwest of Gangtok. Anyone here? Well, how many? Where was the earthquake in 2011? Where was it located? How many kilometers from Gangtok? Not Chumthang.
Around 60 kilometers.
63 kilometers northwest of Gangtok, right? So we brought it closer. And you may say, why closer? It may not happen like this, because it happened like this. So this answer to that is what I was telling you about Turkey, right? You cannot legislate to an earthquake where it take place. This is also a little worst case kind of scenario for us, because the closer it is to Gangtok, the worse it is for the state. Okay, widespread destruction, a number of landslides, etc. I mentioned two places, Arithang and Chandmani area, hospitals, etc. overwhelmed. You have government residential market complexes also. There are unconfirmed reports of GLOF being triggered. It'll take some. We will come to it when we discuss GLOF. The SCOCs and DOCs, they are now to take charge of the incident. So the incident is taking place. You have to take charge. Incident command posts have to be established and IRS activated. So this is the scenario we are starting with. Now the first issue I come to is preparedness, and why is earthquakes preparedness is very important. If you see on top is the average number of people who are affected by a particular disaster is given on top. this is for the globe as such, and this has been compiled over the last 20 years. Earthquake is the least. Okay, on top, right, compared to all the disasters, where floods, drought, storm, etc., and various others. However, when you look at the impact, the casualties and deaths that have taken place, it is the maximum. So earthquake are a low probability event. However, they have very high levels of risk to the society as a whole. And therefore, the only answer to take care of such an event is preparedness. And this is very important. What we are doing today is part of preparedness, but a lot of activities should have been carried out by you at the district and state level as part of preparedness. So the first situation that I have for you and first question I have to you is that the entire state of Sikkim is vulnerable to earthquakes. What aspects have you addressed as part of preparedness? So first part is, of course, I need, it's basically for the responsible officers and department heads. I need confirmation from you that disaster management plans are updated and are in place. IDRN, we will come to that part also. Can anyone over here amplify what IDRN is? So, Operational Section Chief, what is the IDRN?
I'm not aware of that.
You should be, because you will be using the resources, you know, the disaster resource network. All right. All the resources of the districts and the state are supposed to be uploaded and updated on this disaster resource network, so that we all know what all is available in a particular district. At the state level, they know what is available in each district, so that in a particular state district resources are falling short, resources can be diverted from one district to another. Right? We'll come to this. Okay, so this is one part, confirmation. I've had some confirmation as far as the disaster management plans are concerned.
Integrated disaster response.
Yeah, please mute your mic. Who's speaking? Please mute your mic. Please mute your mic. Okay, now my first question is, what have been your focus areas as far as preparedness is concerned? So I will request two or three responsible officers at the district to answer. What have been your focus areas as far as preparedness for earthquakes specifically are concerned? Okay. And then, of course, since he's sitting here, he'll always get pulled in. That's a disadvantage. So okay, let's have Namchi. Leave it. Leave the screen on. वो साइड में आपका ऑन था ना, छोटा वो उसको ऑन कर. Namchi, please come in. Not there.
They were there. Full team.
Officer. Good morning, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. So after the coordinating exercise we had, we have been assigning. We have already assigned.
I'm not asking you, for as far as the mock exercise is concerned, please. This mock exercise is to look at, is an end towards looking at your preparedness as a whole for, the earthquake and other disasters. So what has been your focus as far as preparedness is concerned over the last full year or last many months? What have you been focusing on as far as preparedness to fight earthquakes is concerned?
Right. So our disaster management plan has been updated. We periodically update our disaster management plans, and all the disaster managers, they have been appraised about their responsibilities. What are their roles as per the incident response system? So right from the planning section chief, logistics operations section chiefs, all the officers under the IRS have been briefed about the responsibilities. And with respect to the IDRN, the resource database, we have updated it to ensure that the resources are delocalized for proper and optimal use of the resources. We have the resource IDRN database has been updated, and sufficient number of officers from our district at all the levels of IRT, since IRT functions at different levels. So officers of our district have been trained on the IRS. There was an extensive 3-day training in Gangtok. So officials from District Disaster Management Authority of Namchi district have attended a training.
Okay,
And
let me ask you that, have you established a concept of master trainers? Like, you know, SDMA has trained some of your people. Obviously, everyone could not have come over here. So, have these people who achieved training further carried out training at the district level? And is this being done regularly? Do you have a system that when a person comes in new to the organization, his previous incumbent goes on transfer somewhere, the new person is given some familiarization training, he has a capsule, he is given some initial 1 or 1 week training or something like that, so that he, you know, joins the organization in this new role with his, you know, fully running. Yeah.
So right now we have 2 sub-divisional magistrates, SDM Ravangla and Yangang as the master trainers. But since all the officers keep getting transferred, so during all the FAMEX activities and the mock drills conducted by NDRF, we have a meeting with all the IRS stakeholders, and then we impart training on the IRS.
So I will request you, please, you know, don't look at FAMEX and these mock exercises as the only events during which you do this training. These events are actually to validate your training, to validate how much they have learned and what is the standard. Okay, so this training has to be carried out earlier. I will request all districts to kindly find windows, you know, wherever you have some lean period, do organize 3, 4, 5 days capsules and have a system that anyone who's coming in afresh is given some orientation and some basic training before he joins the organization in disaster management or IRS appointment. Okay. In addition, what else have you focused on?
As I mentioned earlier, resources, the details of manpower and machinery. Specifically, machinery we have.
Understood. In addition, please. I said in addition. Read the next line below the focus area. I have written something.
We have trained a drone operator. So for any rapid visual survey, we have procured a drone, and we have trained 3 personnel to operate the drone. So that would assist us in gaining situational awareness through rapid visual survey. One area we have built on.
Okay, so I hope you will be using them in the mock exercise. We look forward to seeing the imagery that these people send in your analysis.
Definitely. On day after tomorrow, the drones will be used for aerial survey. We also have a satellite phone. We have checked the operationality of it, it is functioning. Also, we have appointed a nodal officer for all the NGOs, since there are many NGOs who are engaged in community disaster management work. So one official of a prominent NGO has been appointed to coordinate with all the NGOs to mobilize all the volunteers. And in addition to that, Apada, they have also been trained, they have been briefed about their responsibilities.
Okay, that's good. So nodal officer NGOs is something we've been recommending. It's good you implemented, and I hope all the other districts have also done so. Okay, tell me something about community awareness. Have you been doing something about this?
Through the IPR department, we have been publicizing the basic draw, fold, and cover. So that technique has the pamphlets have been distributed to social media, and through the school safety programs, we've been teaching all the students in all the schools about the basic first aid measures and all the safety measures that needs to be taken.
Okay, right. Thank you. Now, that was quite a comprehensive response. There's some other things that we can always look at, of course. So just look at this, slides that I have for you. So the first line is, quite confusing. It says disasters are not natural. While we all know earthquake is a natural disaster. Why have we written this? And the reason is very simple. That an earthquake takes place, that is a hazard. So that is one part of it. but how much damages causes is dependent on two more factors. Besides the severity of the earthquake, it is dependent on the exposure. That means what are the kind of buildings, what are the kind of infrastructure, etc. you have in place over there. And the second part is the vulnerability of the people, the population which is staying there. So vulnerability is, obviously the old, the aged, the infirm, the children, they are more vulnerable. You need to reduce their vulnerability. Have you taken measures to reduce their vulnerability? The community itself is vulnerable. So how do you, have you taken measures to reduce their vulnerability? So when we look at reducing disaster risk and we look at reducing damage and casualties due to earthquakes, we have to focus on reducing individual and community vulnerability. And the way of doing this, reducing individual vulnerability is through community awareness. You need to know how to save yourself. You please, whoever is speaking, please mute yourself. So you need to reduce individual community burning, and the best way of doing it is having community awareness. You need to know as an individual and a community how do you save yourself and how do you protect your community during the disaster. Are we aware of this, all of us? Now we here amongst us are supposed to be the more enlightened people. So let me ask someone here only. So someone who, yes, you have been operating this thing system here. Tell me, earthquake आएगा उस earthquake आने से पहले और earthquake के दौरान, during the earthquake and after the earthquake, what will you do to save yourself and your family? What all have you taken care of? Tell me before the earthquake.
I'll go to the second.
No, before the earthquake. That is now. What are you doing in these days to help you save yourself? Your house, Mike, अपने आप म्यूट करो Mike, please. Okay, आप बैठ जाओ. Yes. No, hazard is earthquake. Okay, in your house. So have you identified? Okay, have you identified in this building? Acha, you're what? Training officer. No, you sit down. हाँ जी, आप बताइए. हाँ जी, आप बताइए. You tell me. What have you done before an earthquake to safeguard your family, your house, your property?
ऑपरेटर होगा ना इसका.
हाँ?
फोन आया घर का.
Safe place, okay. Okay. So what? Okay. So that is one. You identify what will be a safe place before an earthquake. What else have you done? हाँ? क्या किया है आपने? Any action you have taken? You take any action regularly? See, this is where community awareness comes in, please. There are a large number of things we need to do over a period of time. Before an earthquake, during an earthquake, you should know, and after the. During an earthquake, what do you do? Suppose you are here now. Earthquake takes place. What will you do? How? Huh? What is that called? What is that called? Drop. Cover. Hold. Okay. That is one. What else? You are caught in the open. You are not in the building or outside. What will you do?
Somewhere there is no structures near.
So try and move away from any structures. Okay, what about not only structures, what else? Power lines, trees, not only structures. What else? So, what I'm trying to say is, yeah, please mute your mic. कौन बोले जा रहा है बीच में? So this must, whatever I'm asking you, should come to you without thinking. बिना सोचे आपको चीज करना चाहिए. So this is where community awareness comes in. And when you look at community awareness, it starts at home. So please ensure that this awareness is spread amongst all citizens. Because earthquake is not going to differentiate. And we must have systems in place when community awareness comes, that community feels responsible for the people who are more vulnerable. That is the children, the women, the old, the aged, and the infirm. The community must be responsible for them, and they must have systems to help them. Not only save yourself, save these people also. Okay, now I'll just. Okay, so when you're looking at awareness, I mentioned education, community awareness, and the second part is what to do when a disaster occurs. Okay, that means how is your organization going to respond, which is what we are doing this tabletop exercise. There are three more things which I have written. Now, these are a little long term, and actually these are, element which is part of governance as such, and not only disaster management. But these aspects also need to be looked at. And since the DCs are attending this event, and they have the overall administrative structure also under them, they must please note these three other aspects also. The last point is extremely important. If in the long term you want to reduce your vulnerability to earthquakes. Okay. Now we are focusing on improving community education awareness and better planning what to do when this event occurs. Better planning we are going to do during this mock exercise. Community awareness. Now do's and don'ts before, during, and after. This is a simple thing. This must be known to each and every one. Now I'll quickly flash through, what it is. Drop, cover, hold. ये सब तो ठीक है, पर earthquake से पहले क्या? Are you looking at your house? Deep cracks in walls, wherever the seepage, etc. must be repaired. Because if these you leave them, this is where the structure. Are you looking at your SDMA? Are you looking at whatever buildings you have in your district office? From this point of view, अब आप बात मत कीजिए प्लीज. हाँ जी, आप ही से बोल रहा हूँ, बात मत करें. Electrical wiring, connections, etc. Are there loose wires going left, right? This is something that is important. Before earthquake, heavy items, are they hanging somewhere close to where you sit? Emergency telephone number. So please, I will just flash these must be a part of your community awareness. And why I'm doing this?
हामीले जोइन गरेको उसको छुट्टिएको छ दिनु सक्छ. आज नभने अहिलेसम्म त लापत्ता नै छ नि त मान्छे.
प्लिज बात करें. क्या बोल रहे हैं? What is he saying?
Second IRB को आफ्नो माइक म्युट गरा त. IRB second battalion को छ representative? IRB second battalion, whoever is joining this conference, please mute your mic.
So these are basic actions that you need to take. Please educate your community. Okay. Now evacuation of building is very important. Your schools, your hospitals, your colleges, educational institutions, your industrial houses, etc., government complexes, they must have proper evacuation plans in place. Electricity, gas connection, simple thing. You move it out of the house, switch it off. Now, why am I covering all this part before the mock exercise? Because if you ensure this is done, your casualties during the earthquake will come down by at least 50%. So community awareness is a very, very important part of your response to an earthquake disaster. What do you do in case you get trapped? People must know. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Now I'll come to the next situation. It's 10:03 a.m. The earthquake has taken place. I told you earthquake is then, and very strong tremors have been experienced. You were in your office at 10 o'clock, and you can see damage has taken place. The shaking took place, but for 30 to 40 seconds. Thereafter, it stopped. Now, I want your response as a responsible officer. What is your initial appreciation? The moment you sense this earthquake, what is your initial appreciation and what is your reaction when you sense these strong tremors? These are strong tremors which have taken place. So to be able to understand your reaction, first you need to know what happens during an earthquake. What are the characteristics of an earthquake? So someone was asking, I think Pakyong was asking, or Soren was asking, what is the duration of a tremor? So that is a part of the characteristics of an earthquake. So we all, as disaster managers, know what are the characteristics of an earthquake. So let's have someone educate us. What are the characteristics of an earthquake? Yes, please. Anyone, any district? Okay, so let's have the DPO from Gangtok. You tell me, what are the characteristics of an earthquake?
One first is felt after a few seconds, again, kind of tremor will be there, and it lasts maybe in 20, 30 seconds.
Okay. What else? So tremor हो गया, tremor feel कर लिया आपने. What else?
Suppression. Once tremor, then I think evacuation.
नहीं वो तो आप करोगे. What you will do? I'm not asking what are the characteristics. So okay, tremor हो गया. That is one part. Then very important part is when an earthquake takes place. It is not that one tremor is over and that's the end of it. There is a likelihood of aftershocks. That means in Turkey there was one major aftershock and large number of other aftershocks. So one major aftershock that caused a lot of damage again. So one earthquake, one tremor, not necessarily 10, 15. Normally it lasts at least about 30 seconds. It can go on to almost 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes also sometimes. But 30 to 40 seconds is a normal tremor. Okay, so this is taken place. That is one. Aftershock, second. What is the cause of damage? What is the cause of casualties in earthquake? क्या होता है? What is the cause? Building collapse. Okay.
People falling.
Landslide. Groff.
Possibility of avalanche also.
Avalanche being triggered, yes.
All the damage of all those daily communication lines.
Okay, so coming on more than communication, the electrical lines. Yeah. They can cause electrocution. Okay, what else?
And landslide will again cause to blockage of roads and
casualties. Inside the building, it's not only the building collapse, falling objects. You're getting hit by objects. Your glass breaking. If you're close to it, if you are not aware of what precautions to take, immediately when earthquake, and these things will kill you or hurt you. So just have a look. First thing in an earthquake to remember is you cannot predict it in advance. Okay. Aftershocks are likely. Second thing is that we are talking of infrastructure damage, roads, etc. These will affect your response adversely because it is on roads, it is on by air, airfields, etc. All these places that your relief responders, your relief materials will come, move on. So this gets affected, your response gets affected. Then you have secondary effects we spoke of, fire, industrial and chemical, very important, landslide, block, etc. Most injuries due to lack of awareness. Again, I'm talking of most injuries due to lack of awareness. So awareness is very important in the people what to do during earthquake, and specifically it is due to objects hitting person and wrong evacuation practices in a building. Especially where you have narrow staircases, etc. People sometimes want to get into a lift when in an earthquake. Never get into a lift. They don't know which way to go. There is in big buildings there have been large actually evacuation, wrong evacuations killed very often times more people than building collapses killed. So this we must all be aware of, disaster managers, before we plan our response. Okay. Now, what is your initial response? Okay. I've shown the slide now. So just explain, someone please. Self-explanatory. So we are all, what is the situation? Put yourself in the situation. Today, at this point of time, 10 o'clock or so, it's a working day. Horse takers are in office if they're on time, and some are coming in. All the schools, markets, etc., are in the process of opening are already open. So the likelihood of considerable amount of damage. Now, what is your first reaction as a DC or a responding responsible officer? Is first you need to try and get through to SCOC or DOC and activate IRT. Now, your communications are not going to work. I had mentioned over there your mobile communications are down. So you need to use your police radio, your satellite communication, etc. If required, you need to send a physical messenger, also do it. Now, everyone getting together at SCOC or DOC must be an SOP. Earthquake takes place means everyone has to come to the EOC on their own. No one's going to call you. Then the DC as a responsible officer or at the district level, at the state level, the chief secretary, he must find his way to the SCOC or DOC on his own immediately. Now, take charge of the situation. And what is taking charge of the situation? Firstly, ensure you get into communication. Your wireless communications are to be there. Do we have a wireless radio set, police wireless radio set here? कहाँ पे है? No, I'm talking in the SCOC.
The SCOC, sir. Right now we're using the static set of the relief function. But for the exercise, we are using.
No. Why is it not here 24/7? Should it be here or not? With earthquake, what is the first thing I told you?
Communication.
Not going back. एक पीछे करेंगे?
I am going to add something.
Yeah, I will just one slide back. Yeah. So see the first characteristic of earthquake, you cannot predict it in advance. So if you start getting a police radio set in place once an earthquake takes place and start establishing communication at that point of time, it's too late. You will have wasted at least 1 to 2 hours before you start getting communication. So it is my recommendation and it's a general recommendation that you must have a radio set of the police dedicated to disaster management in place in your EOC, both DOC and SEOC 24/7. Right? Second thing is, when this radio set is going to work for disaster communication, police radio network is something different, right? Now you want to switch over to a disaster communication network, you will need to lay out a separate frequency for it. You will need to lay out a radio communication diagram. Who is having what call sign? Who all are going to be connected on this? This means radio communication instructions should be there, prepared beforehand. Do you have these communication instructions? So please switch to wireless planned with communication. If you're not planned it, it is not going to happen. So it's very important that this measure is in place. Yes, please.
So one input I want to give. I was in police wireless for a very long time, right? So land revenue does have their own dedicated frequency. It's a lower band VHF. It's around 80 to 85 megahertz. We've put a number of proposals to them to enable them to have their own wireless network. But till today, I think the DMs go around with police sets. They are on the police wireless network. So that's more convenient than having their own setup. So I think the frequency is already there. They should be having their own.
See, the point is to have your own network. Frequency is not the stumbling block. Frequency तो band इतना है आप कोई भी frequency उनको दे सकते हो. That's all right. But they need the equipment. No? They need the trained manpower to operate the equipment. They don't have it. Now, if you to create this equipment and manpower for for eventuality that is going to take place once in a while, right? Yes. It is not cost effective. That's the issue. Therefore, what is recommended, what is done is you take a part of the police network and convert it into a disaster management. So some radio sets which have been given by the police, some outstations from the police, they switch over to this new frequency and they start functioning as a disaster management network, including a radio set over here, which is provided. Not only this, which I am going to come to later, but now that the issue has come, this communication network does not have, is not restricted to just the SDMA and DDMAs.
Yes, yes.
It has to have all departments. It has to have the armed forces. It has to have the NDRF. It has to have the Central Armed Police Forces. All these elements, ITBP, etc. Everyone on this communication network. So how do you ensure that? Some of them may not have compatible radio sets. So what do? The armed forces in many places, they will send a radio deck to the SUs of their own. So whatever message, etc. is being passed on this communication, then it's able to relay over there. In some states, the police gives them a radio detachment. But you have to evolve your own system. That is very important. Otherwise, you will not be able to function.
After last year's recommendations of the last year, you had a couple of meetings. It seems to be a little complicating to actually get it immediately. So
No, it's not complicated.
That's what we've understood.
It's not complicated. The backup for your system will already be there from the police wireless. We already have a system in place. They're going to support. Your thing is basically you'll have to procure the equipment and get trained by the police wireless people, isn't it? This is very simple. And operating wireless, that anybody can. Most people are very little, and those are very simple things.
Okay, fine. So the issue is there. You need to look at it and resolve it, right? Both at the district level as well as the state level, right?
On that day,
On
that day, because we are using that same communication channel, so will it not create a confusion as we normally think?
we already have a communication guidelines fixing things like SEO that comes up. So
switch to another.
Yeah, so
you have to switch to another channel.
That is,
Now, when we talk of communication, we'll come to this Okay, we'll come to this. Right. And now, obviously, you need to, earthquake has taken place, you need to know where has it taken place, what is the magnitude and all. How will you find that out? So there's, NCS. Do you have the Bhukam app on your mobile? So that will give you, right, if the mobile network was working. If it's not working, then you need to log on and get this NCS report. They will send it to you through email and other places. And of course, through satellite communication. Your SATCOM will also give you the facility of data. You have the data over here, SATCOM?
Yeah.
So all districts, you have SATCOM data?
Two
You
districts
must have.
have, sir. Two districts in this and our AC has.
So you must have, because that is the only way you will get to know where the earthquake is taking place, epicenter, kitna magnitude, and which will give you a good idea of what is the kind of damage. Okay? Okay, we'll go ahead. Okay. Now, this is the next situation. You've seen this, felt this earthquake. You know there is a major earthquake that is taking place. So immediately, your community-based response, supplemented by quick reaction teams, must start. And this should happen as per SOP. As the DC, what you have to do is only when you come to the DOC, you get confirmatory orders and you check whether this is being implemented or not. And if required, if some tweaking is required, some additional resources are required, get involved in that. Now I want to know from the districts, as relevant to an urban area, what are your arrangements and resources for community-based response? No, it is very good and easy to say we will do community-based response. We have health का QRT है, उनका QRT वो आ जाएगा उधर. But unless you know what are the resources available to you and who is going to do what and what is the system of activating the response, it is going to be a very haphazard action. So have you quantified and identified these resources for community response in an urban area? Okay. So let's say biggest urban area Gangtok. So let's hear from DC Gangtok. Yeah.
So for me, last month we had a meeting with all the civil defense volunteer officers, and each we have 10. We have 10 subsectors. We have divided districts into 10 subsectors. And
no, I'm looking at Gangtok.
Yes, sir. So Gangtok itself only.
The town. So district. So district. 10 urban, 10 sectors in Gangtok town.
Yes, sir. Gangtok district, sir. So,
no. Town का बताओ ना.
Town में sir around 3 or 4, sir. Not more than that, because district where I'm talking about, sir. And major areas, sir, Singtam, where we see that it can have a major impact. And few around Ndma. So they have been trained. So
why only Singtam?
Sir, that was quite a vulnerable area we have identified, because flood levels can increase.
Flood is one issue. No, see, flood will take time. The image, this thing, you have to look at, building collapse. The primary hazard remains building collapse in an earthquake. So while driving on leave from this place, Pakyong, to Gangtok, once you cross the division headquarters, you see on the right side there is smoke. See, you see the kind of buildings they have over there. Complete hillside with buildings, okay. And the buildings are they look very infirm and dilapidated to me. Now imagine if the earthquake takes place and that hill collapses, what happens? So you have to look at these areas. Because Singtam to nadi ke paas mein theek hai, but you have to please. So start looking at it from this point of view, please. So you, instead of looking at sub-districts, subdivisions like that, you need to divide, instead of drawing a line on a map, you need to have homogeneous communities which have to be identified that, okay, community-based response in this locality, whatever the name is, A, B, C, they are clubbed together. The responsibility for response over here with so-and-so civil defense officer. Under them, so many volunteers are available. So many local NCC cadets are available over here. So many NYKS youth are available. So many Abda Mitras available. So many home guards available. 3 ambulances can come from so and so area hospital. This is a nearby doctor who will come and help them, who resides over here. It has to be worked out very systematically. Otherwise, this community response will not take place. So this is why I asked this question, because we give lip service to community response. It has to be planned. It has to be worked out. And when you you have in your district, you have subdivisions, blocks. What do you have? Blocks also. So you have blocks. So not only this, and rehearsal and exercise of this mobilization of this community response must take place at the block or subdivision level. Only then will you be able to effectively do this. Any district which can give me the quantification of these resources? What do they have available with them? Yeah, Gyal Singh, you have not spoken. Please come in. Gyal Singh district.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes. So, we've actually, today would be the 4th day of this mock meeting which we've been conducting. We had a monsoon preparedness meeting on the 4th of May. So one round of sensitization took place that day itself, because all the concerned key officials, district department heads were there. Then it was followed by another level of meeting yesterday.
Yes, yes.
Yesterday. So everybody has been sensitized and been given their roles and responsibilities. So all the different situations also I would just like to run through and apprise you about our different locations. So for the landslide.
Ma'am, thank you. I'm not
Yes,
looking for your locations. I'm looking at for community response in your urban area. Which is your biggest urban area in your district?
Urban area, we have only one Nagar Panchayat, that's the Gyalsing Nagar Panchayat.
Okay, so Gyalsing. Within
Gyalsing
Gyalsing.
Bazar.
Okay, now within Gyalsing itself, have you identified who is going to take care of community response? Have you identified the resources? Okay, we have 20 civil defense volunteers who are trained in this area, 10 Apta Mitras, 50 NCC cadets, so many doctors available over here residing in this area who will immediately get involved in community-based response. Have you appointed a person who will coordinate and lead this response?
Yes,
Yes, sir. That is the municipal executive. Yes, that would be the municipal executive officer. He's sitting right here, sir.
Ma'am, by the time the municipal executive officer, reaches that place, it is going to be too late. We are talking of community-based response, which is going to be locality-based and residential area-based response.
Sir, his office is in the heart of the bazaar. The
So
GNB is in the heart of the bazaar.
Please divide your Gyalsing urban area into pockets and make one person responsible for each pocket as far as community response is concerned. This can be done by the municipal commissioner. You can delegate it to him. You need not do it. But this must be done.
Sir, just to clarify, we do not have a municipal corporation. Sikkim has only GMC as the municipal corporation. The rest are all Nagar Panchayat councils. So we have only one. GMC and the MEO can be assisted by the inspectors there. We do have officials who can be given the assignment.
Ma'am, you use the word municipal, so I use the word municipal. Whatever you have, please do it that way. Use that person who is in charge for that urban area. whether it's a
We've
Nagar
already
Panchayat,
done
whether it's a small Panchayat, whatever it is, please do it. It is not being done, I can make out. And please share the details with the SDMA of your plan and if you've not understood, the you're the additional director. The additional director you can interact with him later, right? Thank you.
So he's already been briefed. The assignment has already been fixed. He's briefed. He's sitting right here, sir. In fact, the entire team is here. It is just that the camera is focusing on me and the ADM, but we have an entire house full here, sir.
Right. If you've done it, very good. Thank you. Okay, we'll go
Thank
ahead.
you. Please mute.
Okay, how many departmental medical QRTs do you have in various areas?
Each districts we have, sir. We have medically we haven't divided into 6 districts. So as medical,
You haven't divided?
No, sir. So
why?
We don't have one, sir. We have only 4 district hospitals, and because district has just come up, so we just have a PHC. We have, I mean, like as such, we have upgraded to CHC.
You don't have district hospital, but district hospital नीचे भी section
Yes,
भी होते
we
हैं
have
ना,
PHC.
all-
No.
वो तो होंगे ना?
Yeah, that we have.
हाँ, so why haven't you segregated out? How can medical work on 4 districts and disaster management working on 6 districts?
So still now, sir, department.
No, you need not have a district hospital. That can come up later. But the resources must be available to the district medical officer over there.
Yeah, it is there, sir. It is available. The data is available,
Huh?
sir. We have. Soaring has I mean, Soaring was a PHC. We have now upgraded to CHC. Pakyong also, like the
So
district.
what is the number availability of QRTs? Quick reaction team.
That we don't have, sir.
Please have they made also in the
Yes, sir.
districts? Please check.
Yes.
And give the details to SDMA.
Yes,
They
sir.
must form part of your disaster management plan.
Yes.
Okay. And this must be a part of community response.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Similarly, you have a PWD department.
Yes.
Huh? Who is there from PWD?
Online.
So what is the number of QRTs they have for clearing access, critical area access? Have they made any QRTs?
They have these.
Then your electrical and power department, they must have some QRTs, which go and ensure that wherever the electricity lines have fallen off and all, they are rendered safe in those areas, wherever buildings have collapsed, so there are no deaths due to electrocution. These QRTs are very important.
Roads have a good system. They have a good system. People, all roads have a set of gang. They call it gang. So they do all this.
Nice road. That's all right. But when the disaster strikes, everything, all arrangements will go for the same. There'll be confusion.
Likewise, power also has.
So power should have emergency support function, which will go to designated area, ensure that the whatever lines have fallen, etc., that area is rendered safe. That's important. Which has to be coordinated by the district. Okay. Now it is 15 minutes past the earthquake, which took place at 10:03. The NCS report has come in, and you accessed it. This gives exactly where the earthquake has taken place, what is the epicenter, and it mentions 42.1 kilometers northwest of Gangtok and about 63 odd kilometers from Pakyong airport. Now, state level steps have been taken to brief the chief secretary, RO, etc. The SEC is being convened, stakeholders have been informed, liaison, etc. is taking place. Now, as at the SCOC and the DOCs, what are going to be our next steps? So initially you felt the earthquake, you started your community response. Now you've got the NCS report which tells you exactly where the earthquake is taking place and what is the magnitude, etc. So what are you going to do now? And the short pointer to this is now you know exactly what has happened in terms of magnitude. So it should give you an idea what is the damage, etc., this, that, and all that. So you take off from there, please. So who's your officer in charge of SCOC?
SCOC as a responsible.
SUC, officer in charge. Someone in charge of the SUC? So, no officer in charge.
No, for that.
SUOC in charge of the. One has to be in charge.
Be the safety officer.
Huh? Who's the safety officer? Okay, DOC. Who's in charge of DOC? At your district, आपके कौन है? He's the guy. Huh? DOC.
Safety officer we have verified.
So in charge of the DOC, who's in charge of the safety officer? Him.
So now on a daily basis
Okay, so this is this thing. So first action has to take place at SUC. What will happen at the SUC?
So moment all the officers are.
This report is coming.
That's what. Once we get this information, we'll take the responsible as declared it as a disaster. Firstly. And then further put it up to the chairman of SSDMU, who is the chief minister. That is one first thing which we do.
Okay.
So after that, then we'll start getting information from the industries slowly as and when our.
So we'll try and find out what is happening.
Assess the damage.
Okay.
And their requirements, what they're doing.
Very important part, of course, that you have switched over to your wireless communication. Yeah. What else? We're trying to find out what has happened. This is notified the disaster. What about analysis of this report here? NCS report.
That's what's while we put up the report.
So you need to analyze it. It says that it has taken place in such and such area. Now at the state level, looking at the epicenter, you will have a good idea which are the districts which are really badly hit, which are the districts where possibly there is the damage is going to be less. So in your mind, you should be looking at where your response has to be focused, the area where your response has to be focused, right? Then you have to also get into touch with other responders like armed forces and other people, NDRF and all these people. You have to warn them. You have to know that this is a major earthquake. It's the biggest earthquake to have hit Sikkim. So obviously NDRF will be required. You will start now itself placing requisitions in advance. Why should you wait for damage reports to come? Because the magnitude tells you the damage is going to be quite a bit, isn't it? So all these actions will take place at the SCOC. Okay, at the DOC. So let's have Pakyong. What action will take place at the DOC?
So in the beginning, when the earthquake takes place, everybody will start with the evacuation processes. So this will go on in all the villages, all the subdivisions, all the schools. The evacuation will take place, and they will all move to open ground, sir. So once they all move to open ground, those who are safe, sir. So this side, all the officers will come to the respective district, my officer, DOC. Similarly, sub-divisional level officers will go to the respective subdivision officers, sir. Then we start collecting our SITREPs, situation reports from the police, from the panchayats, from wherever it is, from wherever we get the information, we'll start collecting information, sir. And we'll also make all the departments also collect their own information with regards to power can get the information regarding power lines, water can get information regarding water lines. Similarly, all the agencies should also have their own SITREPs regarding their own infrastructure, sir. Once that is done, sir, then we will start with our planning depending on wherever there has been disasters in the respective places. Accordingly, the planning officer will make the reports and then give it to the logistical officer. Logistical officer will also have his simultaneous offices in all the subdivisions and blocks, sir. Accordingly, wherever there are resources available, the incident commander will start sending it across to the respective places. The incident commander will, if there are multiple places, major earthquake, then the incident commander will have his own incident response team placed somewhere in the center. Whereas it is localized, then the incident response will take place in that localized area, sir. Accordingly, we will start the relief camps. and then move towards whatever can be done afterwards. The staging area, all the equipment will come to the staging area, sir.
Okay, okay. You've gone right up to there, you know. I'm asking you now that the NCS's report has come. So what will you do? Right? I think the first thing that we need to, you know, look at is before we start trying to find out what has happened, etc. And of course, mobilizing resources and activating the response. We need to know: are we in a fit state to function ourselves? You know, earthquake is stuck. Is your EOC in a fit state to continue to do business over here for minimum next to 2-3 days uninterrupted? This is term used as business continuity check. This is the first thing that needs to be done there, therefore, at the DOC and SEOC. Business continuity check means what? That not only the building is not damaged, but do you have the logistics to support you for the next 2-3 days? You know, in terms of water, in terms of electricity generator, fuel for that generator, in terms of rest and relief arrangements. Some place, you know, you're going to be working non-stop for next 4-5 days. So
Yes.
we are all human beings. We are not machines. So you need rest after 18 hours of work or something. So is there a place for you to rest? You can't go home. Is there a relief mechanism? Do you have a duty roster in place so that, you know, if not in place, then you should prepare it? Okay, communications, extremely important for business continuity check. We were talking about communication earlier. So are your satellite communications in place? Do you have radio set communications in place? Right? So these are the things that you need to do. And of course, and then we talked of your community-based response. This is the time you need to take stock of your community-based response. Damage reports, etc. You are talking of, that's fine. And then you need to contact the other agencies which can help you. So whether it's your NDRF, whether your Central Armed Police Forces, whether your armed forces, whatever is located in your district, this is the time your liaison officer should be reaching out to them and telling them, this is it, we will need help. Where we need help, whatever we need help, we'll let you know. But please, whatever resources you can send, please mobilize and send them to our staging area. And this is where our staging area is. So these are the broad activities you will carry out. And the last and very important thing is, the earthquake is going to, you know, buildings will come crashing down, trees will come crashing down, the roads and other things will get blocked. Now you have certain facilities which are critical. For example, your district hospital or any other major hospital, you know, these are critical for treatment of patients, etc. Now if the road gets blocked, the first thing that must happen is the road to this critical facility must open. So we have what is called, you must also have in your district, what is called an SOP for clearing access to critical facility. So you as the DC now should initiate action as per this SOP based on whatever reports you get to clear critical access. So this is the thing this action you will take at this point of time. Other actions, of course, what you mentioned will also be taken, but taken subsequently once you get to know exactly what is happening. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. So critical access clearance I mentioned. Again, it is a team which is it's a task force based team. It will not only have earth moving equipment, it will have some electrical power department equipment, it will have some tree cutting equipment, etc. All these things. Okay. Now, as a district collector, your job is basically supervisory and confirmatory. All these actions are being taken by OIC, AOC, etc. So you will ensure that you will confirm about the business continuity check. Because the OIC, AOC will do the check, but you will confirm this. Similarly, community-based response, or you will also look at the progress in terms of now the incident response facilities will start getting activated, the IRTs will getting activated, etc. And the last thing it's important is in any disaster, a lot of rumors will start breeding. And if these rumors are not crushed and information are given to people on priority, it will create panic. It will create panic in the society. In the time, you as the district collector must start looking at using social media, your community-based broadcasts, your CAP and other platforms to send out reassuring messages to the public as to what has happened and what are you doing about it. Now, all this, I've said there's a lot of things to do. So, in a crisis, as any appointment, you are not only sitting over in the EOC looking at your own the situation. You also worried about your family, who may also be, in some building. You may not have got information what has happened to them. You'll be worried about your relatives. So, if you start thinking at that point of time and start planning at that point of time what to do, it is not going to work. So please make checklists and have these checklists. What are you supposed to do in the first half an hour? Thereafter, what are you supposed to do? Have these checklists in your EOC for actions to be taken. This will help you, ensure that everything is done and things are not missed out. Okay. Center में हमारे था ये रहता है। Okay. Now we talked of building situational awareness, knowing what has happened. Now road and surface communications are down. Also other communications are down. We spoke of you getting information from police and other resources. What are the other means of building situational awareness? Now this was discussed during the tabletop exercise in January also. So I please one of the planning officers, because it's your job to get situational awareness in the districts. Please rattle off what all are the means available to you for building situational awareness. Soreng district, please. Planning officer Soreng. Soreng. Soreng online. Soreng district. Gyal Singh. Planning officer Gyal Singh. Yeah, Gyal Singh district, your planning officer. Please come in.
So our planning of, is it unmuted?
Yes, please. How will you build situational awareness?
Our planning officer is Shri Surat Bhai, ADC Development.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, under planning section, we have 4 units, sir.
My friend, I asked you, how will you build situational awareness?
Yes, sir.
As planning
We are planning,
chief.
they are all the stakeholders, sir, with the support of NGOs, and volunteers, sir, and others community members and NGOs representatives, sir. One round meeting has already done, ma'am, sir.
Are you clear what situational awareness means? आपको समझ आ रहा है situational awareness का मतलब क्या है? Question समझ आ रहा है आपको?
Sir, we are using wireless system with the help of police department and SSB and forest officials, sir.
Okay, so that is one part. What else? Did you attend the tabletop exercise in January?
We're also
No, did you?
with the other roads and beach department, sir.
Connectivity support from the roads and bridges.
And connectivity support from PMJSY and roads department, sir.
Gangtok planning section chief. How will you build situational awareness? Gangtok planning section chief, please come in.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Simon Mento.
Yeah, tell me now communications are disrupted, lot of damage has taken place. How will you build situational awareness?
Sir, hello.
Please go ahead.
Sir? Yes, sir. Sir, can you repeat your question, sir?
Please look at the screen. The question is there. Requirement. Please read it.
Surface road
awareness. So, in that case, so can you hear me? So, in that case, if all the communications are down, I will try and talk to the police officers around and take the help of wireless communication, sir. Hello, sir. Hello.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. I'm
Wireless.
listening.
Sir.
Please go ahead. How will you build situational awareness? How will you get to know what has happened? Where has the damage taken place? Which are the areas which are badly hit?
Yes, sir. If all the communications are down, then I may take the help of nearest police officers, the beat police, and take the help of air communications like wireless set, sir.
Okay, go ahead. What else?
Through the wireless set, I'll be communicating with all the nodal officers. We'll be contacting the situation there, and we'll be asking the requirements. We'll be asking the requirements, their arrangements, and if any requirements or if there is any shortfall of any requirements, I'll ensure that those requirements are fulfilled from my end, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Just hold on.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Have you heard of technology? Have you heard of satellites?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll be in connection with the.
Can satellite image show you what has happened? Tell you what has happened?
Satellite. I may not be much aware of satellite images, but then I'll be taking help from other wireless
Then,
side.
then I suggest you make yourself aware, please. As
Sure,
a
sir,
planning
I'll take.
section, as
Sure,
a
sir, I'll
planning
take.
section, if you don't know, what technology can be used to gain information, please
Yes, sir.
make yourself aware.
Sure,
Satellites
sir,
can
I'll
be used for
take note of that.
gaining imagery, for getting in report.
Yes, sir.
Do you have an SOP for satellite image demand in your district? Are you aware?
Sir, I'm not so aware of that SOP, but then I'll try to have that done through my responsible officer, that is sir.
So this is for all planning section chiefs, and especially those of Soreng and Gangtok. So getting reports from police, etc., who are involved is one part. You have sent your responders who have gone there, your community response people. They will give you reports. You have sent people for clearing access to critical facilities. We spoke about it in the previous requirement. They will send you a report. But then, in the army we use a term, and this is stood the test of time. It says, one look is worth 1,000 reports. So what you're getting from people is just reports, and report is what that person perceives. He or she sees and thinks is what is happening. It may not be what is the actual thing. It depends on the state of the mind of the person. Then what he or she says, what you listen to is, and what you perceive is also may not be the same. This is called communication gap. So the best way to know what has happened is through imagery. And which are the sources of imagery? We spoke of drones. One district mentioned that they procured one drone. But why are you looking at just one drone which you procured? I mentioned it during the tabletop exercise in January also. Today, most of these, event managers and videographers, they have drones. Your marriage and ceremonies and all, you'll have drone imagery. So why don't you map all these people who have drones, and in an emergency situation like this, all these people should be summoned here along with their drones. Use them to provide drone imagery. Aerial surveys. Now, if you have any helicopters with the state, yes. If not, the armed forces, can we ask for aerial photography? And then, of course, there is satellite imagery. Now, satellite imagery is something which is very potent. However, to get it, you must demand it first. To demand it, you must know what is the SOP, what is the procedure. Please understand that the National Remote Sensing Agency has been told to provide, given orders to provide satellite imagery to you on priority in case of any disaster. So even if an Indian satellite is not flying over your area, they will purchase imagery from foreign satellites and provide it to you. But they will provide it to you on priority. But if you don't know that this can be provided, if you don't know how it is to be used, if you don't know the procedure, then we are losing out on a very important source of information. Ham radio operators is another source of information. Ham radio operators, for information of those who don't know, are amateur radio operators who operate radios as a hobby. Now, on their network also, whenever a disaster happens, they pass information to each other. And at the national level, we have a national control room of amateur radio operators where they have a web page devoted to, disasters. So information, whatever information they get, they will also be that will also be available. Besides that, your armed forces, your central armed police forces, etc., who are deployed everywhere, they will also get information regarding what has happened. They must also be sourced for information. So please, keep your mind open and flexible, and utilize all these multiple resources to get a good picture of what is happening. Only then you will be able to respond effectively. Now, aerial survey, a photograph of a big area will straight away be able to tell you which is the area damaged, which is not damaged. It's satellite imagery. So this is of the Kathmandu earthquake, a quick comparison tells you what has happened, which are the areas which are badly hit. Now, what is important for this satellite imagery to be useful is that you must have an imagery database of images before the event. So unless you have comparative imagery, you will not be able to know exactly what has happened. Hence the importance of having a satellite imagery database at the SCOC and also the DOC. So please take steps now to build this satellite imagery database. This is the ham radio operator national. I was talking of the website, web page on disaster management. This is where information can be available. Now, besides, imagery awareness, you also need to be aware where are your resources, what is their status. That is also part of situational awareness. So we were talking of the IDRN, India Disaster Resource Network. It is a very important initiative and it's a key facilitator. All planning section chief, logistics section chief, and operations section chief must know about this system. The districts have code words and passwords, usernames and passwords by which they can log in and obtain all information. Not only this, they are supposed to frequently update whatever information they have about all resources. So please ensure you are updating this information. Only then will this information be of use to you in an emergency. Now, I will share with you what is your status as far as the state is concerned on the IDRN network. Who is responsible for updating IDRN at the state level? Huh? No. Who is monitoring at SCO? Who's the officer? You're monitoring? Have you got this status? State? So I want to know why Gangtok and Gyalsing not put any private resources? Why is it zero? No. Your job is not only to update. Your job is to take inferences and tell them to ask questions from these people, isn't it? वो update करने का तो कोई फायदा ही नहीं हुआ ना. If you haven't taken action on it. No. Letters is there's a telephone. Speak. If the project officer is supposed to do it, call that gentleman or lady over here and tell them, okay, you can't update it over there. Please come here, use my computer and update it now. There are ways of getting work done. Gyalsing district has not updated any private or PSU resource network. Though overall, they've made a lot of entries. Gangtok, I'm sorry to say, there are hardly any entries. Whereas you should be having the maximum resources. So this is the overall status, okay? Overall. Can we believe that there are no private resources available in your Soreng and Gangtok and Gyalsing? Is that the case? Obviously not.
Just keep silence.
In our state, there are a large number of organizations operating.
Sir, this is from Gyalsing, sir.
Yeah.
So it's not updated here, but we've made arrangements with we have the national highway development projects going on here. So resources from them have been arranged for, and also from NHPC, sir.
Ma'am, that is very good. That's very good, and it's a good initiative. But please update this over here. Please update this over here, right?
Noted,
It's
sir.
important because this facility, we talked of resource awareness and visibility, you know, unless everyone knows which resource. Now, for example, Gyalsing, with God's grace, has not had been affected badly by the earthquake. So the SDMA wants to utilize some resources available in Gyalsing at Gangtok. How will they utilize these resources unless and know that these resources are available unless you updated this, right? You have made arrangements. Tomorrow you go on, transfer from here to a higher post. So unless this, these details are here on this resource network, institutional memory is lost. So please have these updated.
Surely, sir. I apologize for this oversight, but arrangements are already there.
You did not apologize. We are all here to learn. My aim is not to find fault. We are here to learn, right? So we are just here to learn.
Right, sir.
Okay.
So just to inform from the actually we have already written all the agencies and we have submitted that equipments, all the digital. So, but then I think recently we have been from ID and that has been informed the state as well as and written to the NIC people. There's some problem. We are not able to open that.
Hold. Okay. I'll show you whether you have program ID or not. आगे करना इसको. Got stuck. One. Yeah. So see, now from 1st January to 9 May, you have updated some, right?
Yes.
So ID is working.
No, sir, recently.
Recently. But if you look at it, just look at it, my friend. From this thing, you updated recently. Problem was for last 4 years or 5 years, you updated your total data entry is 21. So please update it, right? And if there is a requirement to be done, writing letter is not enough. Please tell your DC Saab, he will call up his counterpart or someone, he will have batchmate somewhere, he will be able to get things organized. Telephone, personal, why are we sitting here, by the way? If everything can happen on letters and instructions, why are we sitting here? Why is the IDBP and other battalions and all these, why are we all here? Because when we speak to each other, we are able to resolve issues. And we also know tomorrow, if we need to, some help in some this thing or someone has to do something, we know who to call. And when you call that person will recall, okay, I met him doing the tabletop exercise, I met him doing the mock exercise, and you will have some kind of equation. You are able to. This is how human beings work. Okay, so this is my request. You want to get things done. Writing letters one part, but then you have to follow it up. Okay, please follow it up. All I'm trying to say is that private and public sector resources available are huge. Please document them. Please type with them. There is a BRO also over here. National Highway Project is there, of course. Then the armed forces are there. They will tell you what resources they can give you. And whatever they can give you, the Central Armed Police Forces are here. Whatever resources they can give you, SSB, whatever. Please put them over here and, then I have a good idea as to what is available with you. Okay. Okay, now we'll go ahead. Now we will, look at how is the response to be executed on ground, planned and executed on ground. What are the modalities? This is a little theoretical, but unless you follow the correct procedure for executing the response, it is not going to be. There's going to be ambiguity. There's a lot of confusion happening at this point of time. Things will not work out properly. So you got information now. The planning section chief has been able to, utilize satellite imagery, drones, etc., and all been able to get reports of various people. And this is the broad damage assessment he or she has been able to obtain for the district. Right now, you need to plan your response. Your incident action plan is being prepared. You need to plan your response. So what is the broad sequence in which you plan? Okay, this broad sequence we already covered. I will show to you, we'll just recapitulate. Then after this broad sequence has been planned, what are your next steps that you're going to take? You got situational awareness. You know what is a broad template. You know what are the resources available. What are your next steps towards activation of response? Now we are going in a progressive manner, so that you know exactly how you should work in case of a disaster. So broad sequence planning, we've seen all this. So that's why I'm not asking anyone. You're assembled at the EOC. You got information. Briefing has been carried out. Situation section, planning section, logistics section. The situation unit of planning. They're all meeting, they're discussing, and the broad damage assessment has been done. And now the incident action plan is being prepared. Okay. So, having done this, what is your next step? These are covered over here. I just want someone to explain these. What are the next steps? Yeah, Mangan, please come in. Mangan. Mangan district.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. We have audio issues, sir. If you could repeat the question, sir. I've not been able to hear you properly, sir.
Okay, so you got the broad damage assessment that has been given as I asked you after you've done your situational awareness, right? Now, with the broad damage assessment available, what is your next step in terms of planning and execution of your response? Now, the answer is there in front of you. Just explain what you understand by this. So I want the planning section chief or the operational section chief or the incident commander, any of them to answer. Bangan district.
I'm sorry, sir. We're not able to hear you properly, sir. Audio is really bad.
If you have a problem hearing me, please log out and log in again. You're having a problem with your connection, I think. Because others can hear me. Please log in and log out again. Log out and log in again. Okay. So to save time, it is quite self-explanatory what is required to be done. Your staging area has to be activated and all your resources have to move to the staging area. That is the basic of response. The response elements do not move directly to where they are required to go. They move to the staging area. From staging area, they are made into task forces and they are dispatched wherever they are required on orders of the responsible officer or the incident commander. Another step that you need to do, whatever initial quick in-house response was, that needs to be beefed up based on information that is coming from you, from various sources. Okay. Now, communications are an issue. We are aware that only wireless and SATCOM are functional now. So the deputy manager of BSNL has now reported to the EOC. He has come in. So what will be your instructions now to him for restoring communications. And what is the priority that you will ask him to accord? Is anyone from BSNL here online?
They must be online.
BSNL, please come in. Okay, BSNL not coming in. Namchi, what is the priority you would like to accord? What will you tell the BSNL deputy manager as far as restoration of communication is concerned? And also allocation of bandwidths, etc. is concerned.
So Namchi, we have the representative from BSNL attending the tabletop exercise here.
Okay, so what will you tell him, and then he can come in and tell us what are his capabilities, what are his capacities. How can he help you?
Yes, sir. Can you repeat, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, in Namchi, we have instructed our all the broadband service providers. We have outsourced our fiber services to the third party, and we have instructed all the third parties to be in alert mode, and we have taken all the adequate steps to provide the communication during any mishappening, any disaster.
How many spare mobile communication towers do you have? And do you have any cell-on-wheel towers with you?
So basically, I am the representative for Namchi district only, sir. And here in Namchi, we have in Namchi district we have 7 mobile communication towers, sir.
No, I'm not talking exactly. I'm asking a spare, which are lying in your store, not utilized.
Spare mobile communication tower in Namchi, we don't have, sir. We don't have spare.
Cell on wheels.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any cell on wheels? Tower on wheels?
No, sir. No, sir. In Namchi, we have not been equipped with that, sir.
Now the mobile communication tower, which was near the DOC, has fallen off. It's fallen. Okay. It is not functional. How will you restore communication there?
So for communication restoration, we have maintenance team deployed at Namchi and mobile communication team
My dear friend,
Namchi. So we will look.
my dear friend, the earthquake has made the tower collapse. Maintenance cannot restore it. You need a new tower over there. So how will you restore communications for the DOC? The communication tower there has collapsed.
Yes, sir. So we have maintenance team. They will only take care of it, sir. In case of spare, we don't have anything for this one. At Namchi, it is not available. Like satellite communication and other communication, we don't have at Namchi, sir.
If you are asked to do, how long will it take to restore your communication lines? If you are asked to do, supposing it's totally collapsed, your mobile thing.
We have maintenance teams here. We will immediately take the steps, and we have
How
all
long?
the parties. Yes, sir.
How long will it?
So we can take care of it within 3 to 4 hours, sir. We have maintenance team, and we have that what we say IP sites we have readily available at Gangtok. So we can mobilize the system from Gangtok, and we can restore it within 3 to 4 hours, sir.
Okay, I will request the DC to, just look at this issue because in case of collapse of a mobile tower, there are only two options. One is relocating of a tower from one place to another, oblique setting up a new tower. Relocating is not so simple, right? But if possible, then they should look at it. You need to, as a district, give a priority to him, to the BSNL and the other service providers. Which are the areas you need the communication, mobile communication to be restored first? This area priority that you give will be converted to a tower priority by the service provider. So this is very important. Please give this priority to them, all districts, and ensure that they have the requisite wherewithal with them to restore communications. If they don't have towers, then they should be able to source a tower from Gangtok, from the state headquarters, wherever. But some arrangement should be there. He cannot say, that I don't have any spare towers. My maintenance team will take care of it. But if the tower has collapsed and is totally beyond repair, you understand, then the only answer is relocation, oblique, getting a new tower. So this is an important issue. You must please look at it. You cannot continue to work on wireless radio sets and satellite communication indefinitely. The second important part is that when you have your satellite communication, the bandwidth that is available on it is limited. So the prioritization of bandwidth has to be done again by the service provider, and this bandwidth prioritization should be done in a manner that your internet facilities etc. are available through satellite communication in your critical areas wherever you need. So obviously the EOC is needed. So all these inputs have to be given by the districts to the operators, cell operators, BSNL and other operators, and then the communications have to be restored in a sequential manner as per the priority that you decided.
Understood, sir.
Okay, now we come to the incident action plan is prepared. Now the response is in the process of being executed. So the first thing we need to know is from the nodal officer air and the info media liaison officer, what are your next steps going to be? We will just look at the nodal officer air. The other gentlemen, we will, paucity of time, we will leave out. But we will request the nodal officer air. What are going to be next steps?
Sir, we already have SOP in place. We've got an exhaustive SOP. We prepared and then submitted.
करोगे क्या ये बताओ ना?
No, we'll mobilize the team and within 10 to 15 minutes.
See, there are some 5-7 things that you have to do.
Yes.
What are these 5-7 things? SOP is all right. What are just share with everyone so that they know. What are the 5-6 things that you will do on Friday? Here I'll help you out. Okay. See, now you are looking at preparing the state for receiving assistance by air.
Yes.
That is what your prime job is.
Number one.
That's prime job.
Yes, yes.
So to do that, you will do a number of things. That is number 1, 2, 3, 5, everything. That's your only job. Okay. Now, to do that, you will do a number of things. Now, some of the things I have listed over here. You can just explain these 4 or 5 things that are.
So first of all, we will mobilize our the helipad is already operational 24/7.
Which one?
There are about 17 helipads in Sikkim.
But there are others which are not operational, no? Now you see the advantage of aerial resources is that you can utilize for them for assistance, for casualty evacuation, etc.
Yes.
From remote areas.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So for this, you would have identified helipads in remote areas, yes, which are not functional 24/7, but which can be used in an emergency. So these are the ones that you'll need to activate. Okay, this is what the first point means. Okay. Now second is you will need help. Now the districts will tell you, okay, I've got Lachong or some place like that. We've got one person who's seriously injured, who's got a brain injury, needs to be evacuated to Gangtok by air. So you will need to contact the Air Force or Indian Army or someone for a helicopter or air evacuation.
We have our own helicopter.
Your own helicopter.
Or
see it may be not somewhere.
Yes, yes.
So if your own helicopter is there, use it. If it's not there, because the demand is going to be large.
Yes.
At this point. So this is where you do establish liaison with these forces. Also local airfields. Why local airfields?
Local airfields, there is.
Where is Pakyong?
There is one in Pakyong. There is one in Gangtok. There are two in Gangtok. And
airfields.
Airfield is only in Pakyong. And the rest are heliports.
So you will. Why do you need this thing? Because if your NDRF is additional teams are coming in, etc. What you have in Sikkim is very little. Yes. They'll come in by air.
They'll come by air.
So you need to establish liaison, right?
Yes.
You need to know whether firstly hopefully the tarmac is not damaged by the earthquake. Yes. It's fully functional. So you need establishment to this thing. If there's some damage, some issue there over there, you will carry out the repair. Some helipad or helibase has been damaged, they need repaired, you need to organize for that. You get in touch with PW department, all those things, right? And then when all these people come in, their reception.
Yes.
That is also your baby. Okay, they're received over there. They will need transport to move from there to whichever place they have to in coordination with the SDM and the transport department. Whatever transport is required, you will place a requirement. So you are the one point contact for all these things. बाकी relief material आएंगे बाद में. People will send medicines, food stuff, emergency supplies, etc. All these things will come in. Their reception, their dispatch. Now for you, Pakyong is the only place, and then of course helipads. It can also be that from Pakyong things go by helicopter to various other places.
Yes, sir. During 2011, sir, during that earthquake, sir, the Pakyong was not
there. Correct. So you got some by helicopter.
The only point was Burtuk helipad, sir, the helipad that we are operating right now. That is 24/7. Even army was not being used so much, but only Burtuk was one point where most of the.
So now what you need to do is, since Pakyong is coming, you need to look at how Pakyong can be speech.
Yes.
This is something that you must exercise must be carried out, because it is the army we use a term called force multiplier. Okay, it will multiply your capabilities, and the only limitation in Pakyong is the type of aircraft that can come in. So it is going to be the ATR class, but the military class can come in because they are capable of short takeoff and landing, right? So your C-130s and all can come in. So this is where you need liaison with the Indian Air Force to get material to you, because normal airlines can't come in. So how do these people come in? NDRF team has to come in. How do they come in? So that's when the Indian Air Force get involved. Of course, the NDRF will also liaise with the Air Force and get over here. But other materials, other resources, right? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Squadron Leader Jitin speaking. I'm from
Right? You microphone. So just saying. Oh, yeah. He's lying.
On his. Yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, apologies. Actually, I'm using the mobile network. That's why when the call.
Yeah,
So you were speaking about the utilities that can be utilized for Pakyong airfield. Earlier in January, sir, there have been one sortie launched to check the landing of C-130 aircraft. One of the time in the north side of the airfield, there are valleys, and the opposite side is a mountain. So they have to check whether the aircraft can land or not. So that can be utilized, sir. Otherwise, we are carrying out both Mi-17 and Chetak Cheetah helicopters are carrying out recce's of entire East Sikkim, North Sikkim, and West Sikkim, sir. That has been carrying out on weekly basis, and our unit as well as the Mi-17 unit that is present in Siliguri, they are carrying out search and rescue for the entire valley for any aerial traffic that will be flying there. So, as in, if requirement comes, both the aircraft can be launched with cameras or with personal support. They can be picked up either from Pakyong or any major helipad that any planning person or anyone can be picked up, and they can be flown around the area to assess the area and click photographs and make videos of that.
Okay. Let me ask you now for the mock exercise on 12th. IDS has issued instructions, that Indian Air Force and the three services should take part in the exercise. So, are you providing any sorties? Are you providing any sorties for the mock exercise on 12th?
Negative, sir. This message was not received. However, I'm presently in Gangtok only. I'll be physically present at the location for the exercise, sir.
नहीं आपके होना तो ठीक है, but we need a couple of sorties from you, for showing the impact and for also for the state administration to draw some confidence. So please speak to your higher ups, because in other mock exercises the Air Force provides one or two training. You have training sorties here. Just divert one of the training sorties here to simulate, dropping of relief material or picking up or casevac, something like that. I'll request you just to see if that is feasible. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Then, if it is feasible, please coordinate with the SSDMA where you want to land, and the time window is anywhere between 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock on 12.
Copied, sir.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Good day, sir.
One query from Namchi district.
Yeah, please go ahead.
He had mentioned that they are doing recce's along east to west and north Sikkim, and Namchi or South Sikkim was left out. I just wanted to know any specific reason why the recce was not done here.
What is not done?
Recce.
Sorry, please repeat your question. What was left out?
He had mentioned that the IAF has been doing sorties along east, north, and west Sikkim. We also have a major helipad here in Namchi.
Okay, fine. So the IF, rep is unfortunately his network is down. He'll be here on 12th for the mock exercise physically, right? Can I request you to hold your query till that time and ask him personally when he's here?
Right.
So we'll take care of it when he's here on 12th. All right. Okay. Please share my presentation. Okay, now, once the incident action plan is prepared, you will be executing it in terms of task forces, task groups, etc. There are certain task forces and groups are formed. There are certain factors you consider in making these task forces and groups, and there's a sequence in deploying the task forces and groups. This is something that the operations section chief must know. So let's have one of the operations section chief give us what is the composite. What are the factors where you consider while deciding the composition of a task force, and what is the sequence of deploying the task force or a group? So Pakyong, is your operations section chief there? Pakyong. Mangan district. Are we audible now? Mangan? Okay. So the task force and team that are on, some of them are mentioned. Please go through it. These are based on the tasks that they have to execute. As simple as that. So then let's have one of the disaster management specialists from the district. So you can tell us what are the factors you will take in mind while keep in mind while deciding the composition of the task force. Yes, so we will turn to Gangtok. Well, listen to the question. No, I am not. He will provide samosas to everyone after this. I'm not paying attention. What else?
What is the composition of strike?
Yeah. What factors will you consider for composition of these task forces and groups? Now the task forces and groups are these. So different types. What will you decide? What will you consider while deciding the composition? One is of course the task. Then what else? Huh? Division. Loudly. What do you mean by division? You are the expert, yeah.
Because of this and last time I was telling us, and at least we want to be.
Okay, so the question is for the operation section chief. That incident action plan is ready. You have to prepare task forces and groups for the execution of the response. So what are the task forces and groups will be formed? What factors will you consider for their composition? And what is the sequence of deploying? Task forces and groups that are formed are these. Some of them, right? Now, what are the factors which you will consider when you decide their composition?
So one is the task.
once we have the set rep, we'll understand the different places where we have to send our task groups or.
Understood. So what is the composition? How will you decide?
So for the fire one, the most prominent part would be a strike force, composing of only fire brigades and smaller fire brigade also.
So that is a task. Yes. Basically a task. Okay, that is one.
For the building collapse, along with some trapped personnel. For that, we might have to compose. What do you call it?
Look at.
Yes, sir. We might have to compose first of
No,
all.
see, give a general thing. Don't give for each task.
Okay.
So first is task. What is the task allotted? Then decide the composition.
Yes.
Decide for fire something, for services, restoration handling, for relief camp management something. You will have Then thereafter you will ensure that besides that for the task you will group the personnel, equipment, resources, all three. Then without communications, they're useless. So there are factors you have to provide them communication. Isn't it? Next thing, very important. You see, what happens is you have your NGOs, your civil defense, home guards, other people, right? Now these people are trained, but they are not that well trained. They cannot lead a task force. So when you make a task force, it has to be based primarily on your NDRF or your Central Armed Police Forces or your Armed Forces or your SDR. These are the or any other or fire and emergency services at best. So these are the 5 organizations which will be the core of the task force. Other elements are going to be grouped. So if you have NGOs, your civil defense, your volunteers, etc., they will be appropriately grouped. They will never be sent independent. Remember this in a task. Okay, that's important because they don't have the leadership capabilities and capacities. So you integrate community volunteers in the effect. And the last and very most important thing, when you are sending a task force, there will be other task forces working in adjacent areas. So you need to coordinate with them, right? To see the area where they're being employed, there's no overlap. What is the requirement, etc. These things. Okay. Now, what is the sequence of deploying? You formed a task force. What is the sequence of deploying? Logical, just use your mind. You got an order, so you got a sequence to deploy now.
So I think first and foremost is to save lives.
Sequence of deployment, not why. Sequence of deployment. Where is the task force located?
So at the civil.
So वहाँ से where they have to go? How will they go?
So staging वहाँ पे जो staging manager, he or she will be informed from the operations command regarding where the incident happened, the kind of task group to be formed. And
okay, good.
So that should first of all
done.
But the priority of sending the task force to a specific location would be defined by.
नहीं वो सब हो गया, done. Now you're getting time to think. Okay, now that is done. You've told. Then,
so then
you nominate a task force leader.
Yes.
Okay, you nominated. What else?
उसके बाद sir.
He reached the staging area. What will you do?
Most important is to get feedback from SIPREP over there. How many people are trapped?
वो ठीक है बाद में है वो तो. You are okay. You are the task force leader. You reach the staging area. You have to go to some place X. What do you do now?
So order them.
First get them here. Tell the staging area manager that I need so and so. You marshal them together. They're not sitting there waiting for you. The police is sitting somewhere. The SDRF is sitting somewhere. The NDRF sitting somewhere in staging area. The fire and ambulance services, emergency is sitting somewhere. Medical services sitting somewhere. PWD, their equipment and all is sitting somewhere. So you have to get them together. You got them together. What do you do then?
Brief the.
Yeah, so you have to tell them what is it. You brief those buggers. Yes, you brief those guys. Then. Question number 3. Ensure that you have communications. Then how will you go? Walking?
No, sir.
Then? So get transport and then go. Okay. Once you reach there, then?
So, uske baad, first of all, get some communication where there is a threat over there. From the incident, sir, from the incident side.
From whom? The people who are already working there. Most probably it will be community responders. So they will brief you what has happened, right? Then you will make coordinate with, last point,
adjacent teams and task force.
Yes. When you go to commence work, you should also coordinate with them. And then, what have you gone there for? Commence your. It's quite logical, right? But you have to think it over. But it must happen like this. Because if you don't do it like this, you will land up there without certain things. You will land up with incomplete information. And you will not be able to do your job effectively. Okay. So we will just walk through the whole this thing for everyone's benefit. Now, this is how it is, this thing. The strike force team commander reaches that staging area, extracts the allotted resources, marshals those 10, gets them together, briefs them, proceeds to the designated area after getting the information, gets briefings from the local authorities, community, etc., carries out liaison with the neighboring task force also, and commences allocated tasks. So this is how the response has to be executed also on the mock exercise day. You know, you have selected 5 sites beforehand, but those 5 sites have been selected only for the administrative constraints for the purposes of the exercise. Otherwise, you will not know in advance these are the 5 areas people have to go to. So on the exercise day, when the orders are given to execute response, the strike force commander or the task force commander will go to the staging area. From there, this entire system of marshalling the resources will take place. They'll be briefed. The transport has already been allocated, of course, and then they will go to wherever the site, one of those 5 sites, for action as required. They will not go directly to the area. So please note this. And this is how it will actually function. This is how the staging area is. Different resources, different ways. This is why extraction was being spoken about. Okay. Now we will come to GLOF. Mangan is available. Okay. So there is a vulnerability of GLOF being triggered by the earthquake. Okay. Now before we commence on the action that require to be taken, we'll have a short presentation by the SDMA on what is the GLOF threat in the state of Sikkim and what all preparatory measures do we already have in place. Okay. You have A, B, C, D, E also.
Yes. So we'll straight up goes it. Next. Very short. So this is the general thing of Sikkim. I don't think I need to explain next. Next. So, sir, as of now, so when we talk about GLOF situations, we have around 200 plus glacial lakes in Sikkim. So out of that, studies done on basically on South Lonak is happening right now, sir, and plus another lake, Sakocho. So South Lonak, why we are doing study is basically, sir, by National Remote Sensing Agency, they've given us a picture where they have seen that the water lake has expanded. So next, so this is there, sir. The size of the lake, area-wise, in 1977 was 17.54 hectares.
But why only till 2008?
No, we have that, sir.
तो उसमें डालो
No, no, it's there, sir. It's there, sir. I was just showing. This is the actual thing that sent us.
Okay.
So
understood.
So as of now,
It's
sir,
a
yes, sir, as of now, it's come to 154 acres. The latest, which is done by Science and Technology, sir. Next one. So this is the size, sir, how it has grown over a period of time. Sir. So this is of just one lake, which where the study is going on. Yeah, occasionally. So the size 126 to 154, that is there. Sir. Yeah, next. So now, after study, this is basically a preliminary study done by CWC, sir. They have said the how much increase in level. So when there is an outburst, there's a lake outburst.
Or is this study by CWC?
CWC is just monitoring the water.
This study you said has been done by CWC, na?
No, yes, sir. They are looking at the flow only, sir. Size of lake.
When was this done by CWC?
No, they keep updating. They have a good record of things. So they are saying, sir, in Lachen, when it'll take, if there is an outburst in South Lona, Lachen will take 1.5 hours to reach Lachen. The best part of this lake is, sir, immediately after the outburst, there is a huge plain. So the chance, the lead time, we have a good things.
That's why you're getting 1.5 hours. And the level of water is increased by 5.6 meters.
5.6 in Lachen. So now
Lachen is the nearest habitation.
No, there, as far as yes, sir, this one.
Yeah,
Lachen
this
is the
one.
nearest.
Yeah.
The populated one. So time is 1.5, sir. You can see the discharge.
So this is what is important, you know, when a glacial lake outburst takes place, what is the downstream effect and in what time frame after the outburst, which is what gives you the reaction time that is available.
So we can go next, sir. So next is the Chungthang, sir, which also has a huge hydro project, sir. So we are in discussion with them. They also have a intake capacity. They're saying some amount of water can be entered by them also. So
depends on the time of the year, na?
Yes.
If it happens in monsoon and their reservoir is already all full themselves, then
they have somehow worked on this also. They are also aware of
so
this.
they see, the point is this. Now you can't leave it at this. You have to tell them to tell you month-wise how much capacity do they have in their reservoir based on past data. So every month they must be having an average water level. So based on that they can tell you month-wise. So that
we have an elaborate thing by Mangan doing tomorrow day after. So that also they're doing all this.
Manga ठीक है, but this is available at the state level, na? Because this.
No, this is done nicely.
So anyway, if they have it, good. If they don't have it, then they should get it.
We're doing it there in the lab.
No, I'm asking you this. What I'm saying is month-wise data as to how much water can they keep in this dam. ठीक है? Just note this, please.
Chungthang is there, sir. This is the nearest one, sir.
Okay.
So it takes 2 hours.
Yeah.
So same thing. It goes 5.
I'm aware of this. This is more for others' benefit.
Mangan is there, sir. Mangan, although directly in the riverbed, there's not much habitation. Actually, it's a little above that. I think there's another hydro project there, sir. So 5.6 and 2.10 hours. Sir. Next, Dikchu, which also has a dam. This is 2.25 hours. And
now, answer this question. As the water keeps coming down, the water, is getting dissipated, isn't it? Why the water level at this place increased to 7.46 meters, while at the previous place it was only 5.65 meters?
Probably the size
narrow,
of the
narrow. आप आंसर मांगो उनसे. Probably
no, it's that one. So when we see,
so means you ask them what is the specific and what is the impact. Is the because of this, then by narrowing of the gauge you have venturi effect. So is the flow going to be faster? I'm sure it's going to be faster than what is
the velocity is also there. Yes. It's a little less.
Go back. If there's something, there's something different. I don't. Though the gauge is narrow, the velocity should increase. So just ask them what is it. Okay, go ahead.
They're looking at the debris also. That is coming along with it. Next. So this is the most vulnerable one, sir. Singta, which takes 3.15 hours. But here, to intercept this, there are 2 dams. So altogether, there will be 3 dams. So
See,
if it's
see
worked
the
well,
point is this. What I think you are an effective person. So you need to know at each of these dams. You take say the incident, it will not take place in winters, isn't it? So the vulnerable months. Each of these dams will have a certain average storage capacity during that month. So you please take that average storage capacity, each of these dams, and then factoring in the storage. Say take 80% of it, cushion. So 80% of the storage you utilize to store this water. How much the water will then reach you, and what would be its velocity and level at that for each month? And then that is where that is your working parameter. That'll get you. You will give you an idea which is the most dangerous period, and you plan for that more distant way. You plan for it.
next is that Manipal University area. Sir. That's also heavily populated, and low lying. Next, that is Rangpo, the same area. So after that, this is West Bengal. These are the towns which will be affected most. So,
what is the impact on West Bengal?
West Bengal, sir, it would be probably Rangpo and Maldi also.
See, 4.68 meter is not less here. 4.68 meter तो इतना हो गया. And अगर monsoon season में हुआ, when the river is already full to the brim, if water goes so much, nearby places will get submerged. So why West Bengal should also be concerned about this? Please share this data with them.
So this is the basic thing, sir. And next, so these are the field activities. These are the dams which are. So mostly when the expedition is done. Just go ahead. So this was to mitigate the things. What we had done with that was the only possible thing, sir. So these SD line pipes were taken, and then water was siphoned off. It's still going
from
that main lakes.
To reduce the volume.
Reduce the volumes.
Using pumps or what?
No, sir. By that
gravity.
So, but now we got a report from ITBP. So that's the pictures last time. A lot of pipes have been damaged. So now in the month of May or June, we are having a big exhibition, so must be aware, with Ndma. So I think our committee sir and also he wants to be part of the team.
But June, he was telling me, likely to be delayed because.
That's the only window. That's the only window period.
No. June is saying because this time if you have snow over there, there's no point being there, no. So this time there's been late snow.
Yes, May was the right time, but now we are June, thinking of this situation.
Okay.
So that's the next one. So now, one thing I want to say, sir, now we are working. So is aware of it with the Swiss Development Agency, sir. We are like probably in this expedition itself, we'll look into installing early warning systems. So looking at the condition.
The early warning system again, they had an issue about things being damaged, things getting stolen and stuff like that. So because that is the experience in other.
So we've informed them all the situations. That's it. They were going to work accordingly, looking at the weather phenomena, the damage thing, and all that. Okay, so that's what they are looking into. So we've tied up with the nearest site of this. So they are going to take most of the field work. Okay, once again, they'll be again. This is the lake, sir. Done by move. So these were but the quantum of flows compared to the input output is. So these were put in, sir, by the Science and Technology Department. They've all been damaged. Now they've got more equipment. Academic.
Tell me one thing. What is the early warning system now, as of today?
As of today, sir, whatever is monitored by CWC and the
CWC to monitor kar raha hai. How frequently are they monitoring?
There's wherever they have sites. They have ample number of sites. They have good number of sites which are monitored. Yeah? The water flow sites. That is one thing, sir. Another thing.
See, I need to get to specifics of this. What are they monitoring?
So you can CWC has also online, so we can talk to them also. So if they are out, senior should be named. But most thing is the ideal project which is there, sir.
तब तो नीचे आ गया ना. The point is, you should get to know about this thing the moment it outburst takes place at the site.
20 kilometers higher, so army won't allow me to go. After Lachung, even CWC people are begging for us.
No, that's all right. Army will not allow you to go. Then you must have some link. The army will get to know. When the outburst takes place, army will get to know. So you must have some link with those guys. The moment some outburst takes place, that you inform immediately on a priority basis, in a manner that the information reaches the concerned people immediately. It is not that he is calling, no one is picking up and stuff like that. So some kind of arrangement has to be made.
Not looking at this, sir. Keeping this aside, the Tista Hydro project itself they have their own early warning system. So they, to some extent, can track this.
So,
but now with this new
on the mock exercise day, we want to know.
We
exactly.
are doing one exercise.
Tista, what is the what we go? We want to know.
We'll do one exercise on this.
Tell Tista warning system, CWC, they will come and cover their warning. What is the warning? We will suppose instead of Glof at say
CWC doesn't have warnings.
They only say they are monitoring now, yeah. So that's a warning only. The moment the water flow goes up substantially, it's a warning. Okay. So where 10:30 say the Glof takes place. When does which is the first spot that CWC gets to monitor the water level? Right? How much time? How do they pass this information? Similarly, who's calling, please? Then the Tista people, where do they get after 10 o'clock? How much time do we get? How is it passed? The armed forces. How do they get and how do? Is there any army representative attending the tabletop? Indian Army? Indian Army?
ITBPs, they are more closer to this. The lakes.
ITBP से है कोई? Anyone from ITBP?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, tell me, do you have any way of monitoring, if there's a glacial lake outburst at this lake, South Zona?
Sir, as per present situation, we are just having a SRP and just observing the things. No, nothing like technical. From technical point of view, we are not having any kind of equipment there, sir.
Okay, but you're observing that place. Is your observation 24/7?
Not 24/7, sir. Almost 2 times in a month.
Okay, tell me one thing. The water flows into which this thing flows into which tributary with the come down and what? Tista. Okay, suppose there's a outburst from this lake,
Yes, sir.
So, which is the nearest point from where this lake is, from where you are able to observe, 24/7 that the water level has suddenly increased.
Sir, that is about 9 to 10 kilometers, sir, away from the lake.
No problem. So 9 to 10 kilometers from lake, you have a place where your people are there 24/7 and they can see the water levels rising.
Exactly, sir. Right, sir.
Okay. Now the situation is this: post of yours suddenly sees the water level has increased dramatically.
Sir.
And so, how does it report this, and who all does it give this report to?
Sir, Usually, sir, when we conduct SRP and when we go there, then we analyze the situation, and as
No,
per
I'm saying something else, yeah. There's
sir,
an earthquake. The earthquake has taken place, right?
right,
When an earthquake takes place, the first thing that you must do is your all these posts must be put on warning to keep a lookout that whether a glacial lake outburst has taken place or not, right? And the way
sir,
for them to not see that this glacial lake outburst has taken place would be the water level to suddenly increase by 3-4 meters.
sir,
Okay. Now your post over there is an earthquake, and your post over there sees the water level has suddenly increased by 3 to 4 meters. How will it
yes, sir.
share this information, and with whom all can it share this information?
Sir, let me see. Let me tell you, sir. We will intimate to our sector headquarter that is situated in Gangtok.
How much time?
Sir, first we send from their location to our BHQ battalion headquarter, then battalion headquarter to SHQ, and it will take. I think that message is immediate message. It will take 1 to 2 hours.
2 hours?
No.
1 to 2 hours.
Sir, if we said will not work there, then it will take time. Otherwise, within 30 minutes.
What is your means of communication? You are communicating on radio, or you are communicating online?
Sir, we are having HF sets.
Okay, but
Sir,
are
sir,
you using, I don't think you must be using HF sets.
those are using for sir messaging purpose, wireless telecommunication. So that's why we are using HF sets.
Okay, you don't have any fiber optic line or anything of that sort?
No, sir. At that access we are not having till now, sir.
Okay.
Sir.
So this messaging will reach you by radio telephony, right?
Generally, sir, but we are also having VSAT there that is used for internet. But if visibility is low, then that doesn't work, sir. So constant source of communication is only as HF set, sir.
Okay.
Sir.
Right. Now, can you see the point is this message is urgent.
Sir.
If it takes 2 hours for it to reach the DC in Gangtok and other places, Lachun, etc., the water would have already gone by the time this message reaches them. Okay. So what is the way of reducing the time for this message to reach the concerned people?
Sir, pardon me. Actually, that the calculation of.
Let me complete. Are you coming here for the mock exercise on 12th? Will you be physically here?
Yes, sir. I will be joining, sir.
Okay. So now think over the problem I have given you, right?
Right, sir.
And come with an answer on that day. We will discuss when you come here. Okay?
Roger, sir. Thank you, sir.
So the point is, the moment your post over there sees an abnormal increase in water, how can it communicate it fastest to the higher headquarters, also simultaneously to the DDMAs concerned of the concerned districts and the SDMA. Okay.
Sir.
We need a solution for this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you in communication with the army?
Yes, sir. We are having communication with the army.
Okay. So also look at this aspect. Suppose you pass it to army. Can they pass it? Do they have better means of communication, and can they pass it in a faster manner to us? Okay.
Sir,
so discuss it with your army counterpart also, and then we'll look at this solution.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
आगे चलो. Escape. मेरा presentation. So basically, the districts affected
Mangan, Galto, and even Bakim also.
So, as we've seen now, the district affected by this outburst, glacial lake outburst floods, are, four of them. It is Mangan, it is Namchi, it is Gangtok, and it is Pakyong. So all of you have to make proactive efforts to ensure that you get inputs regarding such an event at the earliest. Now, if you start looking at top-down approach that the SDMA will coordinate and things will reach. As of now, there is no formalized early warning system in place. So I'll request all the DCs, it is in your interest that you make arrangements and coordinate with the SDMA and also the other sources. And you would have heard we will be discussing this matter again on the mock exercise day as to how best this information can be intimated to you earliest. As of now, considering that this lake is not being monitored 24/7 by satellite imagery or by CWC or by patrolling, the chances that you will get advance warning immediately on occurrence by the CWC are almost zero. So it has to be somewhere downstream where the water level rise is reported by one of the agencies which is located downstream. So we will also look at the Teesta Dam authorities downstream. What is their, when do they get to know that this water has risen? What can they do to arrest the flow further? And in what time frame can they give a warning? So is the ITB warning more, gives you more reaction time, or does the Teesta one give you more reaction time? That is one. And secondly, this is one system where you need redundancy. So we cannot say the ITBP warning is going to come earlier, so forget about the Teesta. You should look at having both the warnings coming in. Okay. In case one system fails, at least the second system is in place. Now, please look at these things, these points. The districts must prepare for this, and we will be looking at the response during the mock exercise. So first point is, what action will you take to obtain the current status? That means the cloth, whether it has taken place or not. And the moment the earthquake takes place, this will be the first action. You will try and find out whether cloth has taken place. Now, secondly, earthquake will weaken the moraine and other dam wall. So it may well be that the cloth takes place later, or it is triggered by an aftershock. So not only do you have to maintain, vigil and observation of the lakeside immediately after the earthquake, you have to maintain continuity also after it. That's important. So please look at this. Second is, do you think because an earthquake has taken place, you should, as it is, take some prophylactic actions? Now, for example, consider Singtam, right? Now, with God's grace, earthquakes are once in a while event. Okay, it takes place in maybe once in 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Now, a major earthquake is taking place. Do you wait for the danger, for the early warning, or you say, okay, let me evacuate Singtam as a prophylactic measure, whether cloth has taken place or not, and you are erring on the safe side. Okay. And since you're doing it once in 20 years, even if the clock does not get triggered, at least you have been safe. So that is the other point that you all should look at. And it is my recommendation, if I was in your place, till a reliable early warning system comes in, I would carry out prophylactic evacuation anyway, including warning and your safety measures in all these dams which are downstream. Okay. So this is, I think, the way out as far as this earthquake situation is concerned. Early warning, yes, but prophylactic action certainly, given that earthquakes are a far and few in between event. Okay, right. Okay, so now you were talking of this one. Shakocho, I think, takes even lesser time.
This takes 11 minutes to reach Thangu. This is Shakocho. But danger is not that much, as much as water level, the size of the lake is not as much as South Ronak. But this is,
But
if at all it increases, this is even more dangerous.
This is more dangerous. That is the reason why I was saying Shakocho. Okay. Okay. So I've given the points here: immediate action, community involvement. Please ensure your community is sensitized, they're aware, where do you need to go, etc. We discussed in the morning. These plans cannot be based on a specialized agency, they must be community based. Because by the time a specialized agency comes, it will be maybe too late, right? And how you are going to gain situational awareness, prophylactic action we discussed is probably the best way out. At the SDMA level, what is the coordination with downstream dams? How much can they hold? Month-wise data, and how are they going to provide you early warning, etc. Okay. For example, GLOF may not be a complete GLOF. It may be a partial GLOF also. So while GLOF has taken place, it may well happen with the capacity of the dams. By the time it reaches Singtan, the water is rising by only say a foot or 2 feet. Okay. So in that case, early warning from them will also help you take normalization actions. You may have evacuated, but then you can decide, okay, people can get back. Stuff like that. Okay. Now, this is the last situation we're going to play today. And it's important because we were discussing there are a large number of, major pharma setups in your state. And to my knowledge, there are 21 major, MNC companies which have got set up, and there are many more others who have created small setups, and this number is only increasing. Okay, so and the areas which are vulnerable, what research I could do is Ranipur has got number of them, Kamrak is the other one, and Namko. Now, the first thing the states, the districts must know is how many MH units are there in your district. Do you have this data for the state? Huh? Do you have this data for the state? MH units. MH units का मतलब समझते हैं आप? MH is major hazard units. Now there are certain criteria which have been laid down by the concerned ministry, which capacity, storage capacity of various chemicals, types of chemicals, etc. Which when the industry meets that criteria, it is classified as a multi-hazard, major hazard unit. And for this MH unit, it is mandatory that they are supposed to have a disaster management plan. They are supposed to have trained people to respond within the this thing. They're supposed to have control rooms, etc. All those things. So it's important that this exercise is undertaken by the state and its districts. Which of these your pharma industry setups are MH units? Okay. Then you need for each of these unit an earthquake HVRA has to be done. Meaning that if an earthquake takes place, what is the earthquake resistance and resilience of their buildings? What is the danger level? What kind of chemical leaks can take place? And what is the hazard that they can create that particular district, that particular industry? Now, do we have the rep of Sun Pharma? Can you come in, please? Sun Pharma? Can you come in, Sun Pharma? Is there a representative from Pakyong, one of the pharmaceutical companies in Pakyong?
Namchi.
Sipla is supposed to be present, sir.
Yeah, Sipla representative, please come in. Is he in your EOC or is he online? Sipla representative.
Let's
Okay, just go back to my screen. Now, I will, since these reps are not available, I will request that at least 3 of these industry reps should come here for the mock exercise on 12th.
Yes, sir.
Yes, here, very much. Because online they're not going to be, again, they'll be missing. This is a critical aspect because if something happens and, we are not prepared for it, they'll be held to pay. And so it's in the interest of the state that I'm saying this. So please get these representatives here. These representatives will answer these questions which I have given over here. Earthquake HVRA for their particular plant. What is the storage capacity, etc.? Do they meet the norms of a MAH unit or not? So they will know. You may not know, they will know. So please check up from all the major your pharma units located in your district, whether any of them they meet their MAH norms or not. And this data must be shared with the SDMA tomorrow. Then 3 of the reps to come over here. Pakyong can also send a rep. Ranipur, of course, where's Kamrak?
Kumrek.
Kumrek, okay.
So from Pakyong, Sipla will be there. From Gangtok, Sun Pharma, and from Namchi, I think it's Genma and one there.
Okay. So Namchi is logging in. Sipla is logging in.
So they need to tell us over here, brief us over here before this thing exercise only. What is the earthquake HVRA? Is there any chemical related threat from their plant? Okay. What is the kind of population living nearby which is likely to be affected? What community awareness and what evacuation plans do they have in place in case this leakage takes place? These people have to be moved out. What integral response capabilities do they have in terms of firefighting, in terms of foam, in terms of trained responders, in terms of equipment? So these 4-5 things, they will come and brief us. Okay. Now the scenario that I placed, we will look at one of these structural collapse reported in Sun Pharma. What is the threat analysis? If the structural collapse takes place, leakage is likely and also what is the threat that is likely to take place? The other 3 will also come prepared with this. And what is the response they have at the industry level? Or their control room, how are they going to localize the incident? How are they going to ensure the further chemical leakage does not take place? How are they going to warn the neighboring community? How are they going to link up with the district and seek help of the local community as well as of the district in fighting this issue? So this is the situation we'll be playing. And as far as the Sun Pharma, this thing is concerned, the NDRF, can you confirm it's possible to send a team there for CBR and trained team to take care of this issue?
India.
Sir, no issue, sir. We will send, sir. We will send, sir.
Okay, right. So whether it is Sun Pharma or any maybe someone in Pakyong, based on the threat, we will see.
Sun Pharma.
Oh, IOC is there. IOC is there. So we will just see which is the bigger threat. Accordingly, we will work on it. Supply is bigger. No, Cipla is bigger.
Bigger.
Bigger than Sun Pharma.
Sun Pharma also today. It's also big.
Sun Pharma, huh? I've seen. How do you think the idea? When I was coming from Pakyong, I saw these big structures. I said, do they have a plan for them? That is why the thing came to my mind, So we'll work at Sun Pharma. Sun Pharma is the biggest, I think. So we'll work at Sun Pharma and look out. Okay. So these were the major these things that are concerned. Now these are some things I'll quickly flash. You guys must be prepared for the mock exercise. First is, CAPF armed forces which are co-located in your state/oblique district. General Assain spoke about liaison at the district level. So you must know what all resources you can count on from these elements, whether it's ITBP, whether it's BRO, whether it's armed forces, in your district to support you in terms of manpower, equipment, medical, etc. Everything. So these must be mapped and these details must be available with you during the mock exercise. Okay, the medical plan we've discussed. Last issue we spoke about what reconfiguration will be carried out in major hospitals. Now the second question, can you answer now? Has this been rehearsed? Medical.
Yes, sir.
Has this reconfiguration in major hospitals been rehearsed?
So
At the departmental level.
Yes, at departmental level. So last time we had a training for all the department conducted by
Training,
no, sir. So after that, we had our own meeting and we have issued directions for, re-updating the plans.
Direction, on-ground rehearsal.
So we are on-ground rehearsal we haven't done, sir.
So please do.
Yes, sir.
Please note this. Please note this as a ground rehearsal. Medical department must do.
Recently done out. 2 days.
Yeah.
So that training, that's what I'm telling you.
Training now.
WHO.
The mock exercise, training.
WHO is different, yeah.
No, sir. On the mock view. Mock exercise, when you total accident, 2-3 scenarios. Last month only.
Can you share with me the scenarios?
So there was 2 scenarios. One scenario was a fire in one of our departments. So we had to follow the evacuation process. Second was an accident near our hospital.
Small scale scenarios.
That's it.
And earthquake, no. Please do for an earthquake. It's a major scenario. Your hospital needs to be reconfigured totally for earthquake. It's different. And earthquake scenario will also include so this reconfiguration includes, traffic control, your surge capacity, your reconfiguring of the emergency section to deal with a large number of patients coming, suddenly. Otherwise, emergency, you have 1 or 2, 3 people coming at one time. Suddenly, you have 50. How do you deal with them? Registration, etc. All this, and use of volunteers. Okay, you please go through this. What should your medical plan include? This I have shared with you in the previous listing also.
Yes.
They have not seen it properly. Just share it with them.
Sir, good afternoon. This is Ujjwal Shendre from Cipla, sir. Yes.
Yes, my friend, you come a little late. Now we want. Is your unit classified as a MH unit?
No, sir. No.
Okay. You're certain of that?
Yes, sir. That's the information I have. If you want, I can confirm and
please confirm. And there are certain other directions I have issued.
Yes.
So please,
yes, sir.
contact your district. They will pass it to you. Then I will request your representative, whoever is dealing with safety and crisis management, to be present here at the camp mock exercise. We will be playing a scenario that due to the earthquake, there has been a structural collapse and there has been some leakage of the chemicals, etc. you store. I want to ask you, what kind of hazard, do you have any hazardous chemicals you are storing in your factory?
Sir, we have fuels, sir. Fuels. Apart from fuels, nothing, sir.
Fuels.
HSD. Yeah.
Okay. Just check if there with anyone if there are any chemicals. That is the issue. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Nodal officer here, action points for you are there, please. Okay, now setting up our relief camp, there are certain action points, what all needs to be ensured. Please ensure that these are there in place, right? You need to have shelters, security, food, water, electricity, medical, gender segregation, and maybe now, given that COVID levels are increasing, probably look at social distancing and sanitization too. You can look at that. This is important. All these detachments and all these arrangements should be there in your relief camp. Last time I found the relief camps, there was no water, drinking water arrangement. Medical aid post was not proper. Traffic control, community. Use the Anganwadi and community elders, etc. and NGOs. I hope some NGOs will be present for the mock exercise. Huh? Some NGOs will be present.
Yes, yes.
They are present today for the table
Yes,
talk.
online.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay, good. So hospital reconfiguration, NGOs, their employment. You've got nodal officers. We will be looking at it. Electricity restoration, team for restoration. Where do they have their spare transformers, etc., lines, etc. All these must be known. And finally, clearance of debris. A plan for debris management. So all this has to be done, right? And this is a major job. Disposal of animal carcasses is also a major issue. So your animal husbandry department should be looking at this. They must have a plan for this. Okay. So that's it. We'll end the day here. These challenges we've spoken of earlier, you are aware. You need dedicated. Who's your SDRF rep over here?
Yeah.
Why not here?
Online. They have to.
Because they should be here. Yeah. He's part of you. Okay, so focus energy mitigation, microgen enforcing consumption. This is something I told you last time also. Have you done some follow-up on this? Using local construction means methodologies. Because these are pictures from your earthquake which took place in 2011. You see what happened to concrete buildings, and see this. This is what is called your Shikkim construction. This must be more, especially in North Sikkim. No, this must be quite well known over there. So what I would recommend is you look at this technology and have some kind of study on it, and look how can it be adapted for use, normal use, meeting whatever normal functional aspirations of locals are, modern day aspirations are. They're yet retaining the construction methodology so that the safety and resilience factors increase. And why we are promoting these kind of things from Ndma is because they are a economically viable solution. They are a low cost solution. You start strengthening masonry structures and all, it is very costly. That's the thing. Okay, now so I end with this. This is the army saying, but it is highly applicable to disasters also. The more you sweat in peace, the less you bleed in war. So you work hard now. The more you work now, the more you prepare your now, less you will suffer, God forbid, if a disaster takes place. Please look at this. That is why please take all these things seriously. Regularly review your building safety, whoever you are, whichever building you stay in. Regular building evacuation plan rehearsals must take place, especially of your offices, of your schools, etc. And last thing is, please drill this home in our population, that awareness is your personal responsibility because it is saving your life and your family members' life. It is not saving someone else's life. So if this is the tagline you follow with the local population, I think awareness will probably improve. So this particular tagline is something I think all of you should push in your districts. Thank you, and then we will meet day after for this thing. Now, as far as the observers are concerned, I had shared with you what are the kind of observers is required. 7 per district I shared. 8 per district. Commandant NDRF, will you be here on 12th for the mock exercise or will you participating online again? Commandant Gurminder? हाँ, 2 battalion NDRF.
सर उस दिन नहीं आ पाएंगे सर, मोचा आ गया, ऐसा साइक्लोन जो है इमर्ज हो रहा है, सो चांसेस थोड़े डिम हो रहे हैं सर.
So no one is coming. एक ऑफिसर तो भेजो ना.
हाँ सर, वो आएगा सर. विवेक इज इन सिलीगुड़ी, ही विल जॉइन सर, ही विल जॉइन फिजिकली सर.
Okay, fine. ठीक है सर. अच्छा, when you come here, tell Vivek for 5 minutes he'll take a presentation and give the major lessons learned from the Turkey earthquake. Okay. And what all we can do in Sikkim to improve our disaster resilience.
Noted, sir.
ठीक है. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your elaborate presentation, and a lot of things have been learned. So I'd like to request all the districts to take all the points, seriously and work on it for day after tomorrow. Saying that, I just have few more information. All nodal officers present here for the state nodal officers, not district nodal officers. All state nodal officers are supposed to be present day after tomorrow at the SEOC before 9 o'clock. This is one information. Another information to IPR and all the district administration to kindly disseminate information to the public that there's going to be a mock drill and not to panic, and all relevant information. So locations clearly inform the public that this is what is going to happen, and you need not panic. It's just we are doing from our side, but we'd like the district administration also to do it, and IPR can give an elaborate press release on that. So I think with these words, sir, if you permit, we'll close the session, sir. Thank you, sir. We close the session and looking forward for a good mock exercise day after tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you all for being present here.
हेलो साहब आए थे क्या फिर? नहीं आए थे ना? बता देते हैं कि खत्म हो गया सर।